Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Wednesday, August 9th. Trying to again start kind of early, so we start here on the Legacy Pack draw. So let's just go ahead and open that up, show that off. So yeah, starting early in this context meaning jumping into the action early, not actually starting the stream early, which is actually the exact opposite today. As I'm continuing to schedule YouTube shorts and try to make pre-recorded footage, there is definitely a push there to think about making yet another time slot for YouTube Shorts, because I'm getting a little too far ahead now. And I could see one more short coming out per day. Shorts do seem like they are not particularly super affected by being flooding Steam with them. I can't help but wonder if there isn't perhaps a almost completely different algorithm that's been programmed for YouTube Shorts, and the performance of your last 2 or 3 YouTube Shorts are not taken into consideration as far as whether they would recommend new shorts. There definitely should be a different system there, certainly. Like, it really should, since shorts are supposed to be flippant, and since you're supposed to put like 3 or 4 out in a day, it really would be rather unfair for somebody to have one poor performing short and then their channel just nosedive and never recover. Although I wouldn't be surprised if it is just the exact same algorithm and that is exactly the same thing. Apparently we're going to have a tryout duel on the 15th. Otherwise we are really just hopping into ranked play to start. Trying to get up to the platinum level, but if the ranked duel happens on the 15th, that's where it always runs into problems. Is it effectively I have 15 days from the 1st to the 15th to not only go up 5 levels to get just to platinum, but I really would have had to go on up 10 levels to get to diamond. And even if you were at like the top level diamond, maybe there's a master level before that, every month you're knocked back 5 levels minimum. You're probably, if you were top level master or diamond, whatever the top level is, just first place, best player ever, you're gonna have to go up 10 levels in potentially 15 days unless you are willing to not play the tryout duel or whatever special event duel there is. And yeah, what they've effectively done is they've created a idea that there is a master duel designed for people who want to get high up in rank play, and then there is a completely different experience for people who want to engage with the events, which is definitely not the intent that you should have for an event. An event should bring back old players and say, hey, this is the way to do something different and keep you satisfied, and bring you back to ranked. It should all be funneling towards playing more ranked. And the events on Yu-Gi-Oh! Are too demanding, frankly, and they don't really seem like they're funneling people back to ranked. And we know there's a major problem with ranked. Let's not beat around the bush here. There's a high degree of having to stay up with the current meta deck You can't really do what I'm doing and get much further than I've gotten as far as just having having Zodiac Tri-Brigade work for you, and then just use Zodiac Tri-Brigade for months and months and months. For the accountability section, I'm still playing Trine. I'm running my new macro to schedule YouTube shorts. I made YouTube shorts. Had to tweak my programming a little bit because I had written the regular expression code, which regular expressions always send my head spinning. It's something either you're going to be an absolute expert on because you've put a year plus of time learning regular expressions, or you're just going to constantly have to go online and look up the solutions. And so what I had done is, I don't know why I'm activating any of this. What I had done is I had made a group of characters, a set of characters to be removed from the titles. Things like a semicolon, / /, things that cannot be in file names, things that cause the problem I ran into before, where I thought I was recording video and I wasn't because it had a colon in it. Like putting a colon in a file name creates a file stream, which I don't know what you really would do with that if you had a program doing that. Probably something kind of nefarious. But what I'd done is I had put the symbols outside of brackets. So it's a long list of a bunch of symbols, but open brackets, close brackets isn't just part of the list saying I don't want an open close bracket symbol. The open close brackets was telling the regular expression, if you find any of these symbols, remove them. And so I just put it like 5 spaces to the left of where it should have been, and it wasn't working because of that. And I took an embarrassingly large amount of time to try and diagnose that problem and fix it. But I did fix it, so everything seems good. My macro to open pages definitely still needs to be rewritten. I was having trouble with that today. And noticeably, I don't really have much to say about Trine 2. Trine 2 was increasingly, with every episode I recorded yesterday, getting more and more frustrating. And it definitely shows to me like why there's just like diminished numbers of players who have beaten the levels, is that it just gets more and more the same. Increasingly you have red herring things, increasingly you have puzzles that really can only be solved the way the creators expected them to be played, where it feels very much like the game should be more of a system where if you had one of any of the 3 playable characters, you would at that point be able to solve the puzzle no matter what. I don't know if there's really a lot of value in activating all of this. Didn't really need to activate that effect either. Okay, let's leave it at that. Showing off, really. Wasting time. So the good news is, like, the main story of trying to... I'm almost completely done. It's barely, I think, a 7 or 8 hour game. But then there's 7 more DLC levels. And I really... Without them giving me some kind of radar device that would point to the experience orbs, I couldn't really imagine myself going and playing the levels a second time just to get all the XP to potentially unlock abilities. You can't get seemingly any more XP in a single playthrough, so either it's a case where if you collect every single bit of XP, you'll unlock all of the abilities, most of which are secondary and unnecessary, although some of which seem definitely necessary. But as long as you got a decent amount of experiences, it looks like you could just reset your character builds and dump all of your points into one character to solve one puzzle, then reset your character build and dump all your points into a different ability if necessary. But if it is a case where you play the entire game and then you get all the abilities, I don't know why you would go back and play through every level a third time. I do definitely feel like they could have had a new set of heroes in the second game, and by introducing the idea of a new set of heroes, then they could give some different abilities to the new set of heroes, which I think is a trick they're definitely missing. The wizard being able to conjure blocks anywhere really just highlights how Trine 1 and Trine 2 are really just physics experiments trying to make an engine that works particularly good, like the Half-Life Source engine would have worked, but noticeably the Source engine would have in some form already have existed by the time Trine 1 was made. So they're kind of reinventing the wheel, and there feels like there's an inherent lack of understanding of what makes video games good in Trine 2 particular, which is the game I can remember the most. I've completely forgotten Trine 1. I wouldn't be surprised if the puzzles were perhaps a little bit better, and I heavily suspect there was way less fighting in Trine 1, which made, I assume, the warrior character very useless as a character. But particularly in Trine 2, they've made a physics system that is too good for its own reason. Like, boxes don't snap onto each other, so they often will be slightly misaligned, or you will often want them to be slightly misaligned, and then they will not be slightly misaligned. They'll tilt over with gravity very easily. And then there's water physics in Trine 2, which makes it so you're manipulating the flow of water, and it's all just a little janky, just a little wonky. One of these days, I think somebody's gonna reveal to me that the phrase janky or wonky is culturally insensitive in some way. But honestly, I don't know what the alternate words would be to use, so I'm gonna just keep on using them. But the swinging physics for the thief, the jumping up on platforms, it's all too precise. It's hardly not getting to the point of Super Meat Boy because there just aren't that many spikes or that many enemies, that many lava pits. But there are some, certainly, and one of the things that I've noticed now playing the game is that there's a lot of places where you can fall to your death and instantly kill a character, and then right next to it there's a place where you're supposed to fall down to the bottom to realize there's a secret lower level. They've done an incredibly poor job in trying to putting the really difficult platforming puzzles as side areas, and instead you'll find side areas that are at the same level of difficulty, if not easier, than the main puzzles that you need to do to just beat the level. And it all just... every element is just kind of a disappointment in trying to. Thank goodness the game isn't that long. And in all fairness, I was a little surprised how early people seemed to stop playing the game, but I can definitely see the reasoning why now. There is just not a real large amount of variety, I guess would be the best phrase to use. It just wears you down with the same thing over and over again. Which certainly you could say that about a lot of games, but usually that's after you've seen the credits. This game isn't keeping even the average 33% of players interested in it before you've hit the credits. There's basically 2 points where they try to give some characterizations or conversations between the trying characters, and so far, as I'm just about it, I would suspect there's probably 3 cutscenes of importance and maybe 2 really minor cutscenes otherwise, as far as the other characters in the story. I wanted to show off Steam's new pop-up achievements, so showing trying to is actually fairly helpful. So there's you can see it just pops up from the library and fades out the window. So this definitely feels like this is just a web page pop-up instead of previously going to a completely different page, which arguably I kind of want it to pop in from the side and then disappear so you still could see everything on the previous page. But you can see the most recent achievement I've gotten, complete Sea Rock Castle here, has only been done by 30.5% of players. As far as finding secrets, there's a very large inconsistency there in that you're probably not going to get the achievements for finding all the chests and all the experience. I basically have missed 1 piece of experience in every level, and the last time I collected all the experience was in the Shadowed Halls. But let's see. To finish the intro, the story begins, the first level. 80.7% didn't get past that first level, which is a big drop off there. The next achievement for beating a story level gets you down to 63%, which that's a huge amount. And then you're down to 56% in the next level, and 51% in the next level, and then 45% in the next level, and about right there, that's where I was still having a decent amount of fun with the game and wondering why the percentages were dropping. So that was about my turning point there, either at the Treehouse Adventure or No More Lizard Soup at 40%. Probably No More Lizard Soup. And that's the turning point where Hostile Gardening gets down to 35%, and then you're down to 33 with Funds with Fungi. Then you're down to another. You don't really lose too much between Funds with Fungi and Shrooms and Glooms. And then you lose another 3%. It's basically you're losing 10% of your remaining group there. And if you click Global Achievements here, this perhaps shows it better as far as there's 30% in the level I've done so far. The next level I do is going to be down another 10% to 27%. Then you lose another 10% of the remaining to 25%. And then you lose another 1% to finish the game, which is not 10%, but I imagine if you only have one level left of the main story, then you definitely would just stick with it. Then you have increasingly rarer achievements. Completing the game, 23% of players, when usually you'd want to see completing the game somewhere above 33% on average or higher. The higher the number, the better. Then some of these are the complete story DLC achievements that seem like even fewer people have done. So people were done with trying to before it even came out with the complete story DLC. And then some of these achievements obviously are I have to actually play here. They're going to be difficult things to really pull off, because it would just be really grindy. Collecting all the experience in most levels, you can see less than 3% of players actively have done that. What is the most difficult achievement? That only 1.2% of it complete each expansion level using only one character. Which, yeah, I question heavily whether I would ever bother to do something like that. The main story, the main characterization of the characters, and the main gameplay mechanics are just not fun enough to make you want to try to 100% in all the achievements in a game like Trying To. You also certainly have the issue where you should have actually activated this first, and then we can, I guess, go ahead and just send this to the graveyard and send this to the graveyard. And that should cut both attacks in half and nullivate their actions. They're just chaining things backwards and forwards. See, that action shouldn't work. And yet, it seems like it might. Apparently you can activate an action. Okay. Let's see how we can pull this off. Do this. Summon this. Summon this. Then summon this. Boy, do I wish there was a way I could just program even one little macro, one action, to say, hey, play macro 1, which is just summoning those characters in a row. That would save me some steps. There definitely is a potential here that I'm just never really happy with games these days. I wasn't super happy with Rise of the Tomb Raider as a game, and maybe if I had just been in a better mood I would have been less critical of it. I'm not super happy with Trine. Prey Moon Crash was probably the last game I recorded that I actually had a decent amount of enjoyment of. But then I wasn't super happy with the experience of Prey. Now I am a critic, so at a certain point critics do just lose the ability to enjoy anything, turn off their brains and just enjoy something. But also certainly I'm wondering if the summer heat or just the summertime in general, like a seasonal affective disorder, or just other things happening in my life not making me particularly happy with all other dramas that occur throughout people's lives. But also, I guess when I try to step back and coldly evaluate it, it does seem like I am, if anything, more willing to enjoy Trying To than most players of Trying To. So I probably am just in line with what is to be expected. Let's see, do I have anything else really to talk about? Well, I am dangerously getting close to Christmas, and I have 2 Nintendo Switch games that I'd like to finish and then give away to people for Christmas, but I'm not sure I'm actually going to have time to play them, which is fine. On that aspect, there is also announcements that both GameStop and Valve themselves are selling remastered, not remastered, I'm so used to saying remastered, recertified Steam Decks, which at a certain level that's an interesting offering, but it definitely always comes with a few caveats in that there is perhaps a announcement around the corner for a Steam Deck 2 or a new version of the Steam Deck. I wouldn't be surprised if Valve doesn't number Steam Decks per se, and they just are constantly updating a Steam Deck. I think that would probably be a mistake. It almost certainly makes sense to make a Steam Deck 2. One of the things certainly you would want to have happen in the long-term line is to release over the years enough Steam Decks that you could say this is a 7th generation Steam Deck when consoles are describing themselves as a 7th generation console. You don't, just because people compare numbers to numbers and don't really think any further from it, you don't really want the argument to come out to say, hey, this is a 1st generation Steam Deck, whereas the Xbox Series X is a 7th generation console by their description, which is what I think they're up to. And how they get to that number, I don't know. You very loosely would have to define generations as far as consoles, and certainly if you were to count just like the original Xbox, the Xbox 360, the Xbox One, and then the Xbox Series, there really should be at the 4th generation for Xboxes. I don't think I really missed anything there. Or if you're talking Sony, with the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, that should be a 5th generation PlayStation for Sony. Now, if you were to count Nintendo, you have the NES, Super NES, Nintendo 64, GameCube, Wii U, I guess, and then Switch. And only Nintendo at that point would have an argument to say that the Switch is a 7th generation Nintendo console. Of course, I'm skipping all like portable devices, and I'm not consolidating in console creators that just don't create consoles anymore. Otherwise, you could include things like Atari as being a 1st generation console, which is usually how this is broken down. You would say Atari is the 1st generation console, then you might say a Commodore ZX Spectrum type console is a 2nd generation console, and you might even say the NES is a 3rd generation console. But I kind of feel like NES is probably closer to a 2nd generation in my own opinion. It feels like you could easily get up to like 12 generations if you started to just say almost every year was a new generation of console, because somebody somewhere made a console that was, I guess, worthy of being considered the next generation. Okay, well, didn't accomplish as much as I'd like there, but whatever. So, one of the problems, though, as far as buying refurbished Steam Decks, is like that could be an indication that they're trying to get rid of parts that they have now for a new version, or it could be just an indication that they just kind of don't care, and they're going to keep everything the same for a longer amount of time. But it's going to be a take it or leave it thing. And they started with a very weird setup anyway. So you're going to have to get back to the core of what did you want from those 3 different versions of the Steam Deck. I could see them coming out with a new premium, even more expensive version of the Steam Deck and still sell the other 3 and say we're keeping the other 3, but this new premium version has even better screens, even better battery life, but pretty much the same CPU and RAM. And I'm not sure you could make a Steam Deck 2 right now that is inherently that much better than the current Steam Deck. Maybe you could jack up the price and have slightly faster RAM, slightly faster CPU, But I doubt you're going to 2K graphics. I assume the Steam Deck is, for the most part, running on something like 720p or 1080p. But on such a small screen, 720p to somewhere between 720 and 1080 might really be the sweet spot with a screen that's so small, although it's also closer to your face, so 2K might arguably be very good looking if you had a good enough screen there. I could see better cooling. I could see just a better design in a second generation that was less robust. I could see Hall effect analog sticks or a different layout on buttons as an experiment. I could see them doing something very experimental, because that's usually what Valve wants to do, is that they don't want to release anything unless it is something groundbreaking. And the Steam Deck, if it is going to actually work, and if this is really a case where we have a new generation of people running the Steam Deck project at Valve, they're going to have to change their way they think there. I kind of wish Xbox and PlayStation held off releasing a new console until they had something rather groundbreaking, but they aren't going to do that. And both sides know that. Nintendo seemingly not going to do anything groundbreaking either. This is a Flow Laundries deck, which is just all about activating things from the being banished, which can wreck a lot of people's strategies. Let's see if we can get this to work now. But yeah, none of the effects are working. Interesting. The problem you're going to run into is the low-end 64 gigabyte version of the Steam Deck refurbished would be at $319 instead of $399, which arguably the price is really high there. Like, it seems like that is really high, when arguably I would want to pay $250 for something that was closer to a Switch competitor. Which, yeah. Valve has given indication in comments that they would potentially make an even stronger Steam Deck. They have given no indication that they would want to make a weaker Steam Deck. Now, arguably, if the Switch 2 comes out and it is $400, just because of inflation, for even $320, then that 64 gigabyte refurbished model makes a good deal. It is still a good deal even if you bought the new version for $400 though, because inherently, once you start to calculate the price of games versus owning games via Steam sales for rock bottom prices, like, I don't think I've paid over $50 for a video game in years. I'm usually paying somewhere between $20 for older video games and anything as low as 69 cents for a video game. And that's still with doing a lot of curation too. Like, I'm not buying garbage 69-cent Steam games. There are Steam games during Steam sales that are like 99 cents, $1, $2, $2.99, very regularly. But if you were to get the 64 gigabyte version, you're getting the worst screen without the screen protector, which, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these refurbished versions are taking scratch screens and putting the better screen protector on the high-end 512 gigabyte model, instead of just taking a 64 gigabyte version and refurbishing it back into a 64 gigabyte version. Well, I've lost here. Then this is where it gets in the mud as far as my mind, is you have that 256 gigabyte version in my mind as the middle unit that I still don't think has the better screen with the anti-scratch quartz glass on it, but it does have considerably more storage built in. But then you have to question, is it worth $100 of extra cost to get what is the jump from 64 gigabytes of storage to 256 gigabytes of storage, when you know you could buy your own Steam Deck compatible M2 keyed hard drive, not hard drive, NVMe device, and upgrade your own. That's definitely the question, is particularly if you're buying a recertified one, are you going to be that afraid to take it apart? I would say there is definitely a decent argument to be afraid to take it apart. So the middle of the ground 419 to 256 gigabyte one is probably the one you would want to buy, but that is a lot of money there. You're then getting into the range of buying like an Xbox Series X, but it's a Steam Deck, and let's just face it, you really still need a gaming PC. I don't think we're quite to the point where that it can be your replacement gaming PC if you've already been a gamer and played on PC. Maybe it could be your entryway, but I'm not 100% sure. I really believe that the Steam Deck can be your entryway into gaming PCs. The docked mode in particular has not been highlighted or upgraded enough to make me really feel like this would give me everything I would want in a Windows PC, but I'm running it on SteamOS Linux. And then the 512 gigabyte model is another bump up of $100 for $519, which is really expensive. You're basically paying $1 per gigabyte for the 519 version recertified, whereas originally it's $650. So you're really not getting but about $50 discount for the highest end models. You're getting about $110 discount for the middle tier model, and you're getting an $80 discount for the low end model. That being said, the 64 gigabyte model at $319 is paying about 3 times as much for that storage space as the 519, which is obviously, you're not just paying for the storage space, though. You're also paying for many base aspects, but if those aspects are all the same across the Steam Decks, you can just cancel the equation out and really run it by the storage space, because that's kind of the only difference there. Yeah, there's obviously not an economy of scale discount that they are willing to pass along for the extra storage space. Timing is bad, certainly, too. It's worth pointing that out, that if you were going to get a refurbished Steam Deck, which I could see the argument for it, you probably would want to get the cheapest one, and you probably would want to do it after the Switch 2 comes out, sometime alongside the Steam Summer Sale next year. If you can't wait that long, then the Steam Winter Sale, Black Friday sale is probably going to have something to say, I would guess. Okay, this is gonna be weird, because all I can do is banish these two. And then summon this. Then I can activate this. To summon this. And then I can special summon this. Use that as 2. And then use this one. That way I can activate that ability. But I can't really summon another thing if I just have 2 cards in the graveyard. Go ahead and toss this. So then it's going to come down to either do I want to summon this or do I want to summon this. Summon that, and I guess summon that. That's one trap down. Go ahead and set this here. Let's go ahead and activate this effect and see if we can. Apparently I could summon another 3. Let's do that. So we're gonna take these. And just win. And I'm getting good enough victories here that just keep on playing, but I'm also need to just focus on the news, otherwise this is just going to be another one. There is a trick certainly as far as buying recertified that I need to investigate as far as buying a recertified Steam Deck, since select GameStop stores would also be buying it. Um, in that, for if you're part of the GameStop Power Pro people, if you have that Power Pro service on GameStop, and you got points for buying the recertified Steam Deck, which I wouldn't be surprised if there is actually a distinct exception in the rules that don't give you points there. You could potentially go, or maybe even order online, a recertified Steam Deck and get a lot of power points, which would lead to discounts potentially of buying other games. I don't know if that would then be able to be converted into Steam gift cards to buy Steam games for the Steam Deck, or if you wouldn't have to effectively buy a recertified Steam Deck from GameStop, get a bunch of points to get a coupon to the purchase of, say, Nintendo Switch games instead. But there is certainly a potential trick there. Something that you couldn't do buying directly from Valve, but if you had, say, a credit card that gave you like 5% or 3% back on all purchases, then maybe that would be the better deal to buy directly from Steam. I know there's some shop cards for Amazon Prime, but Amazon Prime not supporting the recertified Steam Decks, and any Steam Decks you do find on Amazon.com are not really coming from Valve directly. They're being sold by middlemen, third-party sellers. Which, yeah, you take bigger risks buying it that way, or buying it anywhere else. There is basically a 1-year warranty on these recertified Steam Decks, so there's perhaps less of a warranty than if you bought it new. So if you thought for a second you might actually break your Steam Deck, buying a recertified one may not be your best offer. I wouldn't inherently give a recertified Steam Deck to a kid unless I was willing to fix it myself. If it was broken, and some of the components could definitely be broken. Mostly I assume it's just thumbstick problems and screens being scratched, or minor damage in shipping to the plastic case on the outside, which they do sell replacement cases and replacement backs, so you can fix that too. Screen might be a little harder to get a hold on. I could imagine that there's probably a small percentage of Steam Decks that had defective batteries in them. But then there's just a lot of problems I personally have with the layout and the construction of that circuit board for the Steam Deck, and I suspect the cooling is not as good and optimized as it should be. And effectively the vents at the top and at the bottom, I believe, of the Steam Deck really need to be open and not blocked by anything. Otherwise the Steam Deck, I think, overheats, and the memory module, the NVMe module, overheats. Which, yeah, even if they really didn't change the specs on a new Steam Deck, if they just came out with a new revision that put the memory module in a different place, had better cooling, had rethought everything, that'd be great. Even if they're not doing anything new or cool with the cooling solution, no liquid metal or solid state coolers, which both are potential new technologies that could drastically improve cooling on something like the Steam Deck. TubeBuddy retweeted this person, and this again feels like just the wrong message and isn't really embracing reality. It's the number of uploads that these top 1% of 1% of YouTubers made before they had a million YouTube subscribers. In fairness, maybe these incredibly small numbers highlight where to give up. If PewDiePie, if you've made 554 videos and you're not as big as PewDiePie, maybe that is an argument to give up. But is it really? I mean, almost every single person on YouTube who's been doing it long enough to have 554 uploads is not as big as PewDiePie, since PewDiePie is number one. You have incredibly small numbers here, some of which I think really hide the fact that some of these people were very popular on other platforms before they came to YouTube, and certainly all of these people were at the right time, usually early into YouTube, where they could get that many videos. There's a drastic difference from like 20 years ago when YouTube first started to be able to upload 57 videos versus today. That being said, I will also say my bias is a little bit different, because if I wasn't covering video games that gave me multiple videos per game, if I wasn't long playing, I probably would be far below 554 videos, just the select one, or I'd probably be well below 195 videos if I was making one video for every game I played, and if I was putting the massive amount of effort and attention into cutting down 60 to 200 hours of gameplay into a single video experience. And a lot of gamers, pretty much all the successful gamers or people that make gaming content, do work in that way. You have the completionist who puts hundreds and hundreds of hours into a game, and then he cuts it down into a 20-minute video that he releases one a month. If he'd been doing it for one video a month for 5 years, he would only have 60 videos. But that's kind of not what the current state of things are. Like, it works for successful people who can put out one video a month, and each video has to be amazingly successful. But even upper middle successful channels, usually you're putting out a video every week, which would be 52 videos a year, basically. So yeah, I guess at a certain level, if you're putting out one video a week and you haven't been successful in your own mind in a year, you probably should give up. But successful in your own mind is probably not 1 million subscribers. This is definitely a chart of survivorship bias, not highlighting how many people put up either 57 videos and failed miserably and didn't get 1 million subscribers, or put up even 628 videos and failed miserably. There is a point, certainly, though, you also have to have a voice. So if you're just trying to make YouTube shorts to become famous, and you just don't have anything to say, and there's you're doing everything and everything. One day you're doing a makeup tutorial, next day you're doing mukbang and eating, next day you're doing ASMR, next day you're doing a bikini show. If you're just trying to be famous, you probably aren't going to succeed. You need to have something creative that, to some level, that hasn't been done before. you also have to think about the longevity of it. Like, arguably, the real people pretending like they're NPCs is a creative idea to do for a little while, but it's not something that is going to stay around forever. Like, you do it once in a while, maybe once a month. You could do a video stream like that at most, and then what's going to be the difference between one video where you pretend to be an NPC versus another video where you pretend to be an NPC? Yeah. Inherently have something to say. This is true in all of life. You should have something to say before you stand on a podium like YouTube or any other streaming service and try to make a speech or try to say anything at all. Or at least have something to back you up. When I first started my channel, I was rambling about quite a bunch of things, and it really was just me talking while playing Binding of Isaac. But had I not been playing Binding of Isaac while talking, I would have run out of things to say fairly often, and then there would have just been nothing happening. And had I just been like talking into a microphone with no background element, that original footage when I started my channel would have been even worse than it is. Which, I'll fully admit, it's different. Yeah, to put a positive spin on it, I would say it's pretty bad. I don't know if it's completely intolerable by your average person. And then I find YouTube Shorts vapid. I've been able to automate the whole process so I don't have to be involved at all. But if I was trying to get on a microphone or in front of a camera and make YouTube Shorts, it would be just cringy attempts of an old person trying to copy TikTok trends. At a certain level, I just don't think that you can sustain catering to a hyper ADHD level of fandom. I just don't believe that that's gonna last. Okay. Next, unless we want to see what we can summon, which is just that. There is a slight difference in my mind, certainly, between potentially finding natural clips in longer form video and turning those into YouTube Shorts, and then somebody trying to make their entire career around YouTube Shorts. Yep. And so far, I think I've been backed up there. We really haven't heard the name of anybody. I haven't heard the name of anybody that has succeeded with YouTube Shorts. I don't believe any of these people started off as YouTube Short creators. And yeah, you're not going to be successful as a YouTube Short creator. With just 57 videos, or even with 600 videos, if you're being asked to make 3+ a day. Moving on, Naughty Dog said, "Happy birthday to Ashley Johnson. Your fearless portrayal of Ellie has been iconic in The Last of Us games. Simply wouldn't be the same without you." Now, what I vaguely recall here, though, is I feel like there was 2 face model actors for Ellie. And I feel like in The Last of Us Part 2 they introduced another face model actor. So they very possibly here are saying thanks to happy birthday to the person who was the first face model that was used and scanned versus the second person, or vice versa. Which, yeah, that's weird, certainly, to straight up retroactively erase somebody. It's not super crazy to say happy birthday to somebody who was a worker on a video game, but noticeably they don't do it for really anybody that actually worked on the game as far as QA, programming, writing. It's only the front forward facing people that are the voice actors or face actors whose likenesses are apparent in the game. Or, in a rare occasion, we have seen like happy birthday to Kojima, happy birthday to big upper management producer type people who try to make themselves celebrities in the video game world. But yeah, there is zero talk about happy birthday to the QA tester or the even high level programmers. So if we are going to be a celebrity worshipping society, there really is an argument to fairly worship multiple celebrities. Make all game people a celebrity. Arguably, you could say that perhaps actors and producers and management have giant egos, and that's why they demand that the public-facing Twitters say happy birthday to people. I wouldn't be surprised if the same people probably demand a giant birthday cake and party at the office that they work at also. And then people who are more humble and just doing their job. It definitely wouldn't be hard to just say, hey, I want the day of everybody's birth. I don't need to know the year and their name. And then have an automated post set up to tweet out happy birthday to this person, this person, this person. No pictures necessary. Really. And then for a lot of brands, which are mostly what people who are still using Twitter, that would just give you one more thing to tweet about. Coincidentally, as I'm playing Trine 2, Trine 5, A Clockwork Conspiracy is coming out, and one of the things that I certainly feel like is a problem with Trine 2 is that they have a mask over at least 2/3 of, if not every character's face. There's just like no face technology in the game. There's a ton of water fluid physics and gravity and platforming physics and objects falling and interacting with each other, but no interest in actually showing the face of characters and making the main characters actually people you care about. So they have, in the 5th game, which in all fairness it kind of feels like they're fairly rapid as far as the distance between Trine 4 and Trine 5, and Trine 4 was fairly rapidly released to erase people's memories of trying 3, which tried to go 3D and was way too big of a change. It is very much a catch-22. If they change too much, people won't like it. If they change too little, people won't like it. Zoe the Thief here has been the same main character throughout the entire series. She calls herself an entrepreneur. It is kind of interesting how many different ways Trine as a game could have been made. Because there definitely is a version of Trine where all 3 characters would have been on screen, and then you would swap between them and just swapped who you're controlling per point. Instead of there only being one character on screen and then you swapping between them, at least when you're playing in single player. It looks like maybe there's a co-op. They're showing off a bunch of abilities, but all of these abilities were so far pretty much in the first game. Maybe shooting through fire torches wasn't in the, well, they're at least in the second game. Ricochet arrows may have been added later. Like, I have no idea what was potentially added after trying 2. Sticky bombs and dodging look new from trying 2. But overall, the game here still looks like Trine. There isn't a significant improvement in this blurred out video, really. It looks like one of the big problems with Trine still seems to be very prevalent here, in that there is a lot of glowing bright elements, and the glowing bright elements are in the foreground and background of the game, kind of distracting you. Sad to end on a defeat in this hour, but overall, I think we did pretty well. We should have accomplished most of our daily quests. Yep, everything except for dueling in solo mode and spectating, which, yeah. Oh yeah, there was another thing that I ran into as I was recording Trine. I've programmed it to double check and launch VLC of the video that was last recorded. So I stopped recording one episode. I hit the stop recording button. It's programmed now with advanced scene switcher and OBS to launch VLC and run like a bat file to find the most recent file that was made, that was converted to an MP4, and run that. The problem with that, particularly in Trine 2, is that I am locked into a screen in Trine 2 where I can't easily move the mouse to my second window to close that VLC video once I've listened to it, and I should be listening to it and making sure. Like, that is the thing I still really have to train myself, is that I actually have to wait for the video to load up and watch the video and make sure it actually plays. Otherwise, at any point, something could have gone wrong, and I could potentially make hours and hours of footage, or think I'm making hours and hours of footage and realize I'm not. But because I'm locked into the screen where I can't move the mouse cursor, and VLC is not looking for any kind of shortcut keys or hotkeys, button presses, because it's not the window that is focused in Windows. There's windows that are in the background, they're unfocused, and then there's windows in the foreground. And so Trine 2, the game, would be the window in focus. So hitting something like Control Q to quit in VLC, which is the default shortcut key, won't work if I'm in Trine hitting Control Q. But OBS knows that fact, and OBS is programmed to capture hotkeys. So using Advanced Scene Switcher again, I was able to program a hotkey to run
a .bat file to run then the task kill command on the command line to kill VLC. And killing in this case means closing the app, although you are closing it not particularly gracefully. Doesn't matter for VLC. It's not like you needed to save your work or progress in VLC, but in other apps it could be dangerous. It's a shame you have to have that middle step and make a bat file, but for some reason the run command in Advanced Scene Switcher won't run task kill directly. Which, yeah, there is always this weirdness in which I'm having to hit program an Advanced Scene Switcher macro to run a bat file, to run another program, to close another program that I ran using a different Advanced Scene Switcher macro. It's convoluted, to say the least. It would be nice if it all just kind of worked. It'd be nice if OBS had its own little video player that it would pop up when videos have been recorded, but then I would still need a hotkey to close that video player. So I ended up spending perhaps an hour making a quality of life improvement that way, so I don't have to alt tab out of trying to, or whatever game I'm playing, to close it. And yeah, as far as to wrap up what going back to the accountability section, I'm still watching a lot of TV. I'm watching Medium, and yeah, halfway through season 2, and it's starting to get pretty good. Although I would say the main Medium actress is perhaps starting to wear on me. She comes off a kind of mopey a lot of times, and she comes off as potentially crazy in too many episodes back to back. Like there is a specific point where a case of mistaken identity, and it's like the first kind of continuation of a narrative of where a story is continued from a previous episode, but case of mistaken identity, assaults a guy and just punches a guy. So it's like, whoops, now she really has this record potentially where she could be crazy. And then there's another episode where she's channeling a crazy person and acting crazy, and there's just too many episodes where some crazy person gets in her head and makes her act crazy in a row. Whereas perhaps there should have been more episodes to just define her as not being crazy. There is also a point somewhere in the halfway episode, I don't know why I'm really talking about Medium, but I'm enjoying it, I guess, where they seem to have rearranged their budgets a little bit. No longer is it a case where they have to have the final scene be where the bad guy leads them to the body that's been hidden and they have to find the body. A lot more of the cases are wrapping up with just a conversation happening in an office, in the district's attorney's office. They're not going to court and seeing the people being found guilty as much. The story just ends when somebody confesses it, which is a little rough, certainly, but it probably gives them more time to focus on the family, and they have done a better job of focusing on the Medium's family. So yeah, they smoothed out some rough spots and maybe exposed some more rough spots in the second season. There is perhaps a point in the second season where they start to have some actual female killers too. Perhaps maybe too many in a row, but it was definitely in the first season every killer was a male, which is a little unfair. I finished the other Hulu series, Second Chance, which was only one season and it ended fine, but I don't know if I'd really say you need to watch that. I'm just watching still a lot of TV. A lot of downtime starting. Let's talk about video games though. Yeah. If anything, I would say I have moved very far away from watching Netflix, whereas perhaps in the past I would have gone to Netflix, seen there was nothing really new or interesting at Netflix, and then given up. And now I'm going to like Amazon Prime and Hulu and digging a little bit deeper. It's been alleged here, according to Video Games Chronicles, that a Pokemon trailer from the Pokemon Direct that happened used a fan-arranged music without their knowledge. The music was used during the trailer for the upcoming Pokemon Scarlet and Violet DLC, which, if anything, may be an example of Nintendo, the Pokemon company, which is mostly owned by Nintendo, not respecting copyright in others while trying to incredibly over-enforce copyright for themselves. The arrangement, allegedly uploaded by Indie Music, is a cover of the Area Zero theme. So, at a certain level, Nintendo may very well in the copyright have been within the rights to demand a takedown of a cover of something that they originally made. They don't have the right, though, to steal a cover, and while Nintendo could demand the takedown, it could go to a court case, and the cover aspect of a music could be defended if it is significantly different enough. And if you say this isn't a cover, this was just a wholly original work that happens to sound like it, if you admit it's a cover, then you're boned legally wise. If you said it was a parody, then you probably would have to have some words to parody it, or you would have to make an incredibly odd argument that the notes themselves are somehow parodying the song, like, and yeah, playing something in like C sharp instead of G minor probably wouldn't qualify as a parody. There is a continued tweet here. The new Pokemon Presents uses stolen fan cover. No, that's the same tweet. There. There's a quote here. I'm not particularly upset, but rather confused and surprised that an unofficial creation would be included in official content, especially coming from the Pokemon Company. Then the creator produced another side-by-side of both pieces of music highlighting the similarities in the arrangement. So yeah, assuming everything is being said is true, and this isn't just a person who made a fan cover who's trying to get attention and hoping that most people don't realize that they didn't really make a fan cover, or that the Pokemon trailer didn't actually use a fan cover. This is a great example of how copyright as a system is broken, and in no way protects a small creative person who makes something new, and only protects large corporations who claim to be the creator of works that they really aren't, in multiple ways. Like, a corporation is not a person, so it doesn't create anything. It has no creative ability. In general, the way businesses are mostly run, they can't be creative at all, or they can be very limited creative way in some ways. But yeah, some employee somewhere created the original Pokemon song there, and that person really should have the copyright, and maybe as part of their employment contract they should get a certain amount of royalties and give a certain very generous licensing to the corporate, to the people that hired them. But The fact that creative work from a human being can be transferred just because of a employment contract to a fictional entity of a corporation, and then be owned by that fictional entity of that corporation whole right, is not a system that is working. And that's where you get to the idea that the European Union is talking about as far as artistic rights or moral rights, where an artist is often abused and paid very little for their creation and their creativity. But yeah, right now copyright laws protect corporations or whoever has the most amount of money, and do absolutely nothing for people who don't have the money. It is the one argument that where a small claims copyright law concept would make sense, but in that, small claims copyright laws courts, if they were created, would also be a nightmare, because then you would have big corporations with the most money suing everybody who like downloaded a single episode of a torrent of something, and trying to get what would be like $500 fines or so on individual torrenters, which would still be way too much money for an individual torrenter to be fined. And that's like life-changing amounts of money for very poor people, and nothing to a corporation. A small claims copyright court would almost certainly have to be balanced in such a way that you would have to only be able to file a claim without any risk of any kind of counterclaim by $1 million, billion-dollar corporation like Nintendo, if you could prove that you make less than $100,000 a year, or you make less than like $500,000 a year. Like, any corporation would have to just be completely disenfranchised and said, you cannot file a claim and you cannot file a counterclaim. It would have to be so unfair to just balance out the unfairness of the current system that it would almost immediately be shot down by the Supreme Court if you were to make a copyright claim, small claim court. Let's see. Whoops. That was not video game related. I was going to skip that one. There's a Kickstarter for adult comic books that the maker of, I can't even remember the name of it, is involved with. Well, famous adult comic book maker is involved. Sunstone, I believe, is the name of the comic. Yeah, I think that's the name of it. It's a story of two lesbians that are professional bondage artists. Real adult stuff. There's been some controversy with this Red Dead Redemption port, but Take-Two CEO says it's priced just right at $50. This is for the PlayStation 4 and Switch versions of a 2210 game that are actually way worse than even the 2210 version of the game, because they're missing online capability and they're asking $50 for it. And particularly in the case of the PlayStation 4, I think you could just get the disc for Red Dead Redemption for the PlayStation 3 or PlayStation 4 and stick it in the console for way cheaper than paying $50. Inherently, this is just another nail in the coffin of the Rockstar Red Dead series and Rockstar in general, in that they are just not making a new GTA anytime soon, and they just don't have any new content to sell, and they're just trying to resell a bunch of garbage ports that they've put the absolute minimal amount of effort into and just handed it over to a porting company. Rockstar, not only would I say is dead as a company, creatively. It's been dead as a company creatively since probably before even the original launch of Red Dead Redemption. They just didn't have anything amazing in that sequel. They probably have been dead as a company since GTA, the most recent GTA or GTA Online. And so, yeah, really, I just don't feel like there's anything else to say there. It's like, it's not really a company that seems like you'd want to give your business to, because you would just be giving your money to people who have no desire to actually make a new creative product. The Papers, Please game has sold 5 million copies in a decade, which is more to say it's over a decade old. Being such a weird single person, I think, made it. I think it really was just one person that made it. But like being a weird kind of puzzly passport checking game with political elements to its narrative, it's surprising how well it did. It definitely did very well because it was very hyped by people like Giant Bomb. I almost certainly would have never heard of Papers, Please if I wasn't listening to the Bombcast back in the day 10 years ago. Lucas Pope went on to make his other puzzle game, which was The Last Voyage of, I want to say the Dawn Treader, but that's a Chronicles of Narnia book. Obra Dinn. Yeah. The Last Voyage of Obra Dinn, which again is a different kind of puzzle game, but he is taking perhaps a little too long to come out with a third game, and I would argue he's probably would do better if he was hired by somebody else or if he hired some help. I don't think his programming is probably as good as it should be. If you told me he programmed in JavaScript or something other than like C# or C++, I kind of believe it. He definitely has the creative ideas around his Papers, Please games and Obra Dinn to make another weird small game, and he definitely would probably do well to stay in indie and not try to make a AAA hyper-realistic first-person shooter or anything like that. But I could see it being helpful if he just had a few more programmers, a few animators, and very possibly some people just managing his time for him and managing the finances of a corporation. Although, in all fairness, I've also seen a lot of indie developers or small game development companies have a success or two and then pretty much fail miserably and then bankrupt the company and split up the company, like when they just don't have that next idea. There is definitely some freedom by just being a small independent developer, that you can take your time until you have an idea, take your time until you have a game that is perfect. He hasn't announced anything new, so if he announced a totally brand new game tomorrow, it almost certainly would be launching very soon after that announcement. I definitely could see doing Obra Dinn as a concept a second time, but in a different environment with better graphics. He definitely seems like he struggles to do graphics, and so having an artist that worked with him wouldn't be a terrible idea. But yeah, it's an anniversary, so I guess we'll mention it. Take-Two's boss has also said that a Switch 2 not being backward compatibility would break a contract with the players. We don't, although, quote, he doesn't get to make those decisions. Or maybe he's saying, we, as in Take-Two and Nintendo, don't get to make those decisions. I think inherently, if Nintendo makes a new console and they call it a Switch 2, it has to be backward compatible. If Nintendo comes out with something that even has a slightly different Joy-Con or a slightly different gimmick, I think Nintendo could make an argument to say, hey, we can't be backward compatible because of this excuse reason, whatever the excuse reason would be that they would make up. And certainly they could say some of the games will be backward compatible as far as first party titles through download, while they could eliminate like eShop games that they don't really care about from third party publishers and developers, or they could eliminate third party and second party, well, probably third party games that were on the Switch that they just didn't sign a contract for. If inherently from day one Nintendo said, by agreeing to put your game on our console, you're also agreeing for it to be backward compatible in our next console, which is probably standard for most contracts amongst PlayStation and Xbox these days, then there wouldn't be a problem. But I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo doesn't have a statement like that in their licensing agreements with publishers. And so maybe there would have to just be new negotiations to put a third-party title on a Switch 2. But before we worry about backwards compatibility, we first need to just worry about what the Switch 2 actually is and whether it is even going to be enough of an improvement to justify buying a new Switch, particularly one that might be even more expensive, just because of inflation. It may feel more expensive. Netflix games are adding controller app ahead of TV support. The controller app and future TV support may help Netflix games feel more traditionally like game-like. That being said, in the previous stream, just before this I believe, we went through a whole list of games on Netflix, and none of those games really feel like they would have controller support. But that could definitely be the barrier. If Netflix had several games that they have already negotiated for, but they really need controller support, there could be a whole doubling or tripling of what Netflix actually offers as far as games. Although I'm still not sure I really would want to go to Netflix for games. It may be a nice value add, particularly if you're having a TV that you can connect to via a Bluetooth controller or maybe even a Wi-Fi controller. That might actually work, but there's a ton of TVs right now that would not have that compatibility, so you very possibly would need some kind of very specific TVs with specific I/O operating systems to plug in a Wi-Fi or Bluetooth dongle into the back of to connect to a controller, or you're going to end up exclusively having a controller app that would have to connect to a cell phone in some way or another. It might be a case that to play games with a controller, you might have to connect your controller to your cell phone and then have your Netflix running on your TV one way or another, maybe mirroring the image from your cell phone to the TV, which some TVs support that, certainly. Not all. Smart TVs don't do anything. Or the Netflix app itself connecting to the same server as the Netflix app on your phone, the one on the TV connecting to the same server. And so you would have like two instances of Netflix running at the same time. One to get your controller inputs via it being connected to your phone, while the TV instance showing you the video and the response, which that almost certainly would add a ton of lag. So it'll be interesting to see how practical these two ideas actually get implemented, and this definitely feels like this is going to be something that's implemented over a longer amount of time, and I still kind of feel like Netflix would have to have just way more games than even Xbox Game Premium or Xbox Game Pass. That's where the real competition would be. And I think Microsoft is just in a way better position to have more games and have more connections to people to negotiate for more games. Nintendo has filed extensive Tears of the Kingdoms related patents, which we just heard about a subsidiary, the Pokemon Company of Nintendo, stealing other people's ideas while Nintendo is trying to own ideas. And generally, when you're speaking patents, you're trying to own more basic concepts of ideas that probably shouldn't ever be allowed to be patented. I'm not sure I agree that patents should exist at all in these days. I'd like to see some case law where a patent actually benefited anybody than some rich corporation. So, yeah. There's several things that they're trying to get patents on. Ultra Hand, fuse powers, abilities related to Link's allies throughout the game, like reuse Lightning Storm, in-game loading screen, wherever he blinks to next if fast travel is used. As part of the in-game loading screen. And they're pointing out here that Warner Brothers Games in 2021 patented the Nemesis system in the Middle-earth first game, and then that basically stopped anybody from using the Nemesis system ever since 2021. Wow, was that just a couple of years ago? I don't feel like I don't feel like 2021 is the right date there. 2 years ago was the first Middle-earth game? No way. That was like 2011. They must have gotten that wrong. Maybe the patent just came through in 2021. But even with the patent pending, let's just assume this date is right and it was patent pending for many years. It really destroyed the idea of people using that system back when it was very popularized, and it stopped us from getting better games because of the patent existing. Instead of them just saying, hey, we did it first and we did it best, now let's see what other people can do with it. They didn't even really improve upon or get much praise for using the Nemesis system in the sequel to Middle-earth, because then they tried to put a whole bunch of microtransactions in the second Middle-earth game. And GameDeveloper.com here is pointing out that franchises like the Assassin's Creed had their own versions of the Nemesis system or something similar to it implemented long before the Nemesis system got patented, which, if you had the millions of dollars to challenge that patent on the Nemesis system, you probably could invalidate it for it not being really patentable or that creative of an idea. Inherently, if you stepped out of the realm of interactive video games, the idea of a character holding a grudge and acting differently based on your interaction in previous encounters almost certainly has been written down as prior art in things like Dungeons and Dragons and other tabletop role-playing games. If you get out of the interactive realm completely, obviously in stories, characters have acted differently based on your actions that you could almost certainly find prior art in choose your own adventure books where different actions you take makes the characters respond differently. There isn't really a unique idea there at all. There almost certainly, even before the existence of choose your own adventure books, there almost certainly was an author that would have written two versions of a book where if you just wanted the character to do one thing, you'd read one version of the book versus another version of the book. And actually, if I think about it, there's almost certainly Shakespeare time plays where the playwright might yell out to the audience and ask them if they want a character to do one thing versus the other. There almost certainly were interactive live action plays in Shakespeare time, probably far before that even. I wouldn't be surprised if there were stage plays happening in ancient Babylonian times even like that. Yeah, you definitely could find prior art for the Nemesis system in the same way you can find prior art for a lot of what I imagine Tears of the Kingdom and Nintendo is trying to patent now. I'd have to look at the exact patents to try and break it down more, but yeah, generally I'm not a fan of the idea of patents, and we don't hear a lot of games trying to patent things. Not a lot of game companies. If you have to go back to the Nemesis system for your best example before this. I also heard that there's speculation that Tears of the Kingdom may outsell Breath of the Wild, which is somewhat believable, but I also would say Tears of the Kingdom is probably the last success on the original Switch. I doubt Nintendo is going to put out another major success that sells better. The author of a Tetris book is now suing Apple and the Tetris company for allegedly adapting his Tetris book without permission. Dan Ackerman, is that the actor Dan Ackerman, says this year's Tetris movie liberally borrowed from his book. Now, inherently, I think there may have been 2 or 3 different Dan Ackerman is a journalist and author, not an actor. I think there's been a couple of Tetris books put out, and the story, for the most part, I think is public knowledge and public domain because it actually happened. He would have to be able to point out specific things that he embellished or made up in his book that then Apple and the Tetris company stole to potentially win. But yeah, Tetris effectively being signed over to the Soviet government and stolen from the creator under communism, and then shadiness about how Nintendo got the license for it. On top of that, the idea of the Tetris book being ripped off is kind of in line with the history of Tetris in general. I'll leave it at that. We'll see if there's any further news in that aspect. GameDeveloper.com has an article what works and doesn't work with Baldur's Gate 3's Dungeons and Dragons driven system. Inherently, I've seen a lot of news about Baldur's Gate 3. Clearly, it is the clickbait title to show. Here they're showing like a D20 dice being rolled. I think that's a D20. And then here they're showing what looks like an incredibly large amount of selection wheels for what seems like probably a lot of different actions. And that is the thing that has definitely scared me as potentially playing Baldur's Gate 3, is that it doesn't really feel like it is an optimized experience and I don't think they want it to really be an optimized, simplified experience for like a controller or console player. I think they want it to be somewhat complicated and Dungeons and Dragons like. I have also, in contrast to Baldur's Gate 3, seen stories that are worth mentioning, that like 87% of the peak of people who were playing Diablo 4 have stopped playing Diablo 4. And notably, there really hasn't been any more talk around Diablo 4. Maybe we'll get a big boost when the next season starts, but seems like it was not a particularly long-lasting game. And I can't help but assume that's because it's not really focusing on a single player narrative experience, and then instead trying to make a grindy season pass style month to month daily play game. A lot of the cutscenes you see for Baldur's Gate 3, I think, aren't really showing what your main screen is going to look like most of the time. I think this is really what you're going to see mostly in Baldur's Gate 3, not the like cutscene conversation shots. Those probably are in there. EA has shared its first details on its EA Football Club 24 Ultimate Team. Several quality of life improvements have been announced according to Video Games Chronicles, if you want to check out that article. And let's see. Roblox is maintaining player growth as it continues to post losses. Princess Maker 2 Regeneration has been announced for the PS4 and 5 and Switch and PC. This, I guess, is a refined version of Princess Maker Refined, which was basically a port with a little bit of remastering. Inherently, you have this problem with the Princess Maker series in that Princess Maker 2 is the one that was really popular in the West and that people really remember. And for the most part, people don't even know that there's been a Princess Maker 4 or 5, maybe even a Princess Maker 6. And people didn't really play Princess Maker 1 or 3. So, what can they offer so much as a improvement? Because you can't really change the art that much. You potentially here are seeing something new in this screenshot. The main game of Princess Maker 2 would have been this screen over here. This over here is new, it feels like. Maybe these are stats you could have brought up without cheating the game. But by having what would have been a 4:3 ratio video stretch out with more stats on the side, you're getting the 16:9 and you're giving a massive amount of information. Princess Maker is a daughter raising simulator game. You control her diet, you control her activities, you bring up stats based on that and somewhat based on random events, and you try to get different endings as to what the daughter raises up to be. She could be raised up to be a princess, she could be raised up to be a warrior, she can be raised up to be a demon queen, and in a lot of cases she'll be just something in the middle, something not as amazing. This would be the 30th anniversary of the original Princess Maker release in 1993. Here's one of the ending outfits showing off your daughter. I guess some concept arts and comparing. So they may be redrawing some of the arts. Art images here. Like here on the left is, I guess, an ending where she becomes a guard for in Regeneration, the new game. Whereas you can see on the right, this is the refined remastered thing, and you can see in the hair there's more highlights, and generally this feels like a smaller color palette, a duller, more brown palette. And this is really just a completely different picture. Like you can see the hands are different here. This is a dull, like grayish outfit, where this is a bright white outfit. The gems are different. Yeah. So in a lot of ways, I think they probably had a lot of freedom to potentially redraw hands and outfits while trying to maybe just copy and paste the faces a little bit better. Notice you have darker brown eyes, big giant eyes. The eyes are a little bit smaller here. It's kind of amazing that you could even have an artist even trace a character, which is probably what they did. They started with a trace here and said, hey, let's just make this a slightly colorful opening thing. Here's a screenshot showing just different things you can have her do as far as activities as the daughter. This really is just the main screen though. There's very little game outside of this main screen, so if you're not into strategy elements, this is not the game for you. And I think that is part of the problem too, is that a more simplified daughter raising simulator game might have gotten a better audience, where this is very much a Japanese, let's control the stats and control everything. You get a little bit of a random response, and sometimes you need money to send her to classes, so you're basically sending her to work to earn more money. And I would assume all these screenshots are the same. What this probably points out, since you are just re-releasing yet another version of the game on consoles that already had the refined version, is that I would hope they are focusing more this time on making this be a better experience as far as Princess Maker 2, and then taking their time perhaps to remake or remaster Princess Maker 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever they're up to, instead of, it felt like they kind of rushed to remake all of them at the same time and cannibalize their own sales. Noticeably though, they're not announcing a new Princess Maker game. They never made a spin-off Prince Maker game, although there is a game where you raise a boy that I don't think is made by the same company. But yeah, maybe in the latest Princess Maker game you could choose a boy or girl. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't an option. Inherently, there probably is a push in Japan to make child raising simulators to encourage Japanese people to have kids, but maybe Princess Maker as a game actually convinced a lot of Japanese people not to have kids because it is such a hassle. But yeah, it in a weird way is almost a predecessor to the idea of Last of Us, where Last of Us 1 in particular, you're playing as Joel and you're trying to protect and raise this daughter, but your actions don't really result in different endings. But there is definitely that impulse, certainly. I'd say Last of Us 1 in particular is feeding into a lonely guy's impulse in a lot of ways. Like, what are a lot of guys obsessed with? Zombie apocalypse. So let's set it in the zombie apocalypse. What are a lot of guys obsessed with? Having a daughter that they can lavish all their attention to without having to potentially share it with a wife or anyone else. If you have a daughter, what would a lot of guys want to do? Is teach them to shoot, teach them to be like a son, or do more masculine things. Last of Us really plays into that very well also. it does come off as a fantasy fulfillment of a certain kind of like lonely male single guys. Whereas the reality, if you have a daughter who's a teenager, they're probably going to hate you and not want to do anything with you. Princess Maker also fulfilling a similar fantasy where the child absolutely listens to everything you say for the most part and actually succeeds in everything she tries, which isn't reality. But yeah, definitely impactful game. It is historically relevant, particularly to Japanese people. It was a very popular game, maybe in part because there was a nudity code mod, but that really didn't play a big role here at all. They've gone out of their way to make each of these artworks have her legs crossed in some way, so it's not really trying to show off the little girl. Like, it starts at like age 10. But yeah, that controversial element probably got it some attention back in the day, but really wouldn't get it good attention or more sales today. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says Dante's Inferno and other 2010s era EA games will lose online support by 2023's end. September and December end the mark of online features in the now classic EA games from the 2010s. I didn't know they still had online support, and I don't know what specifically in Dante's Inferno you got for online support. Crysis 3 potentially having online support makes some sense. Dead Space 2 multiplayer, losing that will be a loss. Crysis 3 multiplayer 3. Crysis 3's multiplayer mode would be a loss. Apparently Dante's Inferno had a co-op mode post-launch. I didn't even know about that. Map editors, level editors. Yeah. Well, I guess the good news is, of these three games being mentioned, Crysis 3, Dante's Inferno, and Dead Space 2, none of those games would be anything that I would have played online anyways. Much like the Princess Maker getting yet another remaster, I kind of would prefer a reboot of the Princess Maker series. In the same way, I would like a reboot of the Dante's Inferno series. Possibly a reboot of the Crysis series would make a lot of sense. And we've gotten a reboot of sorts of Dead Space 1, but I'm not sure I really believe that there will be a rebooted continuation to Dead Space 2 or Dead Space 3. Let's see what this next one is. What was I doing with TT Games? Oh yes, I wanted to point this out. A couple of streams ago, we talked about how it was Women's Equality Day and how very few video game companies seemed to post anything there, and yeah, they really didn't have much to post anyways because they were just showing off the fictional animated women in their games instead of, say, promoting the women that actually work in their companies, if they have any women working in their video game companies, and just really promising that they're actually treating women in the video game companies equally, giving them the same workload, same pay. In the idea of equality, there is a certain level here where if a woman is in a job and part of their job is to like walk to the copier and make 100 copies of something and distribute them, there have been times in the past where women have gone, oh, well, that's too physically laborious. Let me see if I can ask a man to do that for me. Where they find these very rare occasions of doing that. Now, in video game development, there really shouldn't be that many that many instances like that. But yeah, if you really want equality, then the description of what your job is. The problem with job descriptions, though, is often there are little things that need to be done that aren't in that description. Say loading up a printer, like, and if anything, it's not even like it's too heavy or it's too physically laborious. I've definitely seen a lot of cases where women have said, "I don't know how to load this printer with paper. Can I go ask the male person who is in the exact same position to do it?" Because they just don't want to learn how to reload a copier. But yeah, equality is a two-way sword. On the top level things, obviously, it's very easy to confirm that everybody's getting paid the same amount for the same job and being given the same workload as far as what their actual job is. But on small things, it's a two-way street. It's also equally unfair to just expect a woman to make the coffee in the morning because she's a woman, or bring in snacks or make snacks for a party, or chair a party team for a birthday or something like that. But yeah, I don't want to get into too much of a rant, because my other rant here is to point out that International Cats Day happened, and considerably more video game companies posted pictures of cats. TT Games being an example here I'm using. And I guess in that case, there's not a lot to say, because it would be ridiculous to expect TT Games to actually hire cats and have cats programming games, or in any way sponsor or rescue cats, if that was your major focus as a focus. I feel like part of the problem with International Equality Day, also Women's Equality Day, is that there's just too many women's events anyways, and Women's Equality Day is a lesser known, lesser celebrated event. Marvel Snap's got some new cards. At this point, I've completely stopped playing Marvel Snap. I think I'm completely out of it. But there's this new season, big in Japan, where you're getting mech and robot characters, or versions and variants of cards. Yeah. But yeah, generally I think I am kind of done with Marvel Snap, and that's really a shame, because I kind of had hoped for it to be way more of an exciting game, and I had hoped Ben Brode's company, Second Dinner, would have been able to capture the magic of Hearthstone and bring us a new Hearthstone that could potentially compete with the likes of Hearthstone and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering Arena, and I would be playing that game as my card game. There definitely is an argument where Hearthstone originally had way fewer cards than the 25-year experience of Yu-Gi-Oh! And was way more simplified as a game. And that was a nice sales point originally, but Hearthstone eventually got feature creep and eventually just changed too drastically, and there was just too much controversy around it. So yeah, I definitely also thought that a Marvel card game, if it was close to something like Hearthstone, would have been very popular. But because of Marvel Snap not being really a PC game and not really being a CCG game, it's just too weird of an experience, so it's just not catching on. It probably didn't have enough advertising around it either. That almost certainly didn't help. Anyways, moving on, Video Games Chronicle says it costs $100 to unlock all the Street Fighter 6 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle content. A single outfit requires a purchase of $24 of premium currency, which honestly, if you got one Ninja Turtle, paying another $24 for the other three is probably not worth it. That sounds incredibly expensive. And it seems like there is no free-to-play aspect here where you could grind out currency to unlock it at all. And generally, I'd say just don't play those games. Those games where you can't grind out and unlock everything and there is just something hidden behind a real-world purchase is not a game worth your time. And that's sad to say about Street Fighter 6. And almost certainly the pros playing Street Fighter 6 aren't going to really care about Ninja Turtle content. So they're really trying to sell this to, I imagine, new players of Street Fighter games and kids. Which I don't know if I really think the next generation of gamers are going to really be pushed into playing fighting games. Fighting games have always been a niche, and I wouldn't be surprised if it actually dies out a lot in the next generation. There will always be fighting games, yes, but this next generation will just be yet another generation away from people who are in arcades playing fighting games against other people, and that's where that fandom comes from, and it only survives through Evo events and people who are going to other people's houses and fighting each other in fighting games, which I don't think the latest generation of kids really even like the idea of fighting against each other. They're usually very soft-hearted people that even the idea of fighting against another opponent, another human opponent in a game, is probably a little distasteful. The New Zealand Commerce Commission, this is a boring looking site, has given clearance for Microsoft to buy Activision. It is surprising only in the fact that I thought all the other countries had already given the okay, but I guess that implies there might very well be another country out there that still has not given approval for the Activision Blizzard merger, although I don't think it would really matter much. And then I've been following the Pokemon trading card game, and they're seemingly making some changes as far as Pokemon Trading Card Live. They're replacing condensed art in the game's mobile version with full card art. So you have like the squished art up here being replaced with this, which definitely looks better, but on a smaller screen. I would assume this made sense. You can see there's just a lot going on with Pokemon these days, and I honestly couldn't tell you what all of this is. Like, seems like you have 37 cards in this deck, and then you have 5 prize rewards, or 6 prize rewards. So are they still doing prizes and gambling for the cards? That's crazy. Seems like there's either 5 or 6 spots as far as Pokemon, and I would assume you can really only have 5 Pokemon on the field. All the cards look fairly crazy by modern standards. Yeah. So, yeah. I don't think I would really do well if I tried to figure out how to play Pokemon the trading card game. It doesn't seem like you have lands you tap, but I know there's energy, obviously, that you spend. Yep. Okay, let's see. Now let's get to the other tabs. The visual novel Fest is still going on until the 14th, and you can still claim your daily reward. which gives you, I guess, animated stuff. I got a cat before. It does seem like this timer resets every 24 hours. So whenever you claim the reward, the amount of time until it resets again is going to be based on the 24-hour element of when this sale started. So obviously 17 hours until my next reward can be claimed. I did definitely say spend the extra time to claim the rewards if you can. There's really no reason not to get the free things, even if you're not going to do anything with them, which inherently you aren't going to do anything with them. They're going to be things that decorate your profile that nobody looks at, or they're going to be chat emojis in Steam chat, which I don't think that many people actually deal with. House of Da Vinci bundle might be a good thing on sale. Slay the Spire for $8.49. System Shock reboot for $29.99. Void Train is mixed reviewed but on sale. Survival Fountain of Youth looks like a survival game. It's very positive. Still, a lot of these special offers are just the same old games. Not getting that much variety. So yeah, to get the refurbished ones, as far as Steam Decks, it doesn't seem like they've got a page that links to it on that front page. So you're gonna have to potentially figure that out. But yeah, refurbished one gets you the 64 gigabyte EMCC, which you could replace cheaper if you're willing to do it yourself, where the middle tier gets you the exclusive Steam profile bundle, which doesn't really matter. I assume the refurbished still gets you the bundle, but only the highest one would get you the premium anti-glare etched glass. So particularly when buying the refurbished, it makes a lot of sense to buy this one refurbished or buy this one refurbished and then change out the EMCC storage to an NVMe that you buy, which would potentially be even bigger than 512 for a little bit more money. Or if you're not willing to take it apart, buy this one refurbished for your best savings, and then know you're just not getting the anti-glare etched glass, which is probably fine too. Generally though, they're all so expensive, you probably would be best buying this or waiting to see if they come out with a new version. When this first came out, you could check your library as far as how many games are Steam Deck verified, but certainly might be useful to check if anything has been significantly updated. Now weirdly, this is just going in backwards order of games I've played, so knowing that these games are Steam Deck verified doesn't really help me more. Steam Deck verified games from your library so far, that's a weird sort. Deck playable games include all of these games that they have perhaps small minor bugs. And then as far as just completely not supported games, that is going to be the largest list. And then there's 491 games that have just not been tested at all. But this webpage in particular is really terrible, because this is just going to go in backwards. And you know what, this might be a great way, since there's 5 here, we could go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. Apparently I did play Brutal Legend. I'm not sure I actually covered it though. 85, 90, 95, 100, 105, 110, 115, 120, 125, 130, 135, 140, 145, 150. I don't think I actually covered Who's Your Daddy. 155, 100. Wait, I think we hit a point here of games I haven't played yet. Alright, so Stanley Parable, yes. Max Gentleman, no. So just on a list of Steam Deck things, let's say that we got up to 150, just for a nice even round. If I had made only one video for each of these games, and it had just been super edited down and polished, I at this point would have had 150 videos. Would that have worked for me? No. It's not like I was saying nothing in the hours and hours of playing something like Grow Home that I could just cut that all out to say basically nothing. And when you look at game companies, video game YouTubers like The Completionist or Video Game Donkey in particular, he's a great example, or Angry Joe, it might be another one. When they do their reviews, they're basically saying 2 or 3 things, and often they're repeating themselves in a 20-minute video to even say those 2 or 3 things, and they just haven't gotten into any kind of in-depth commentary or review of a game. It's just like, I give the graphics 7 out of 10 is often what a lot of game reviewers say, whereas I had something to say for at least 60% of the time as I was playing each of these games. I don't think I actually played Ark Survival Evolved. Obviously some of these I just ran, and that's why they're in this order. And yeah, I definitely don't feel like my channel would be better, or I would have more subscribers or more views, if I had just made one video around the Stanley Parable, or Spelunky, or the Walking Dead entire series. But I am somewhat surprised to see just how many games I have covered. I don't know if I have no real reason to be surprised as far as just how many games I own. I do see a decent number of things that are being claimed as fully compatible, but I also have a better system, because you can just make a dynamic library in your Steam library section page to show you all the games that are Steam Deck verified or Steam Deck playable. I think is another option. So the searching this way is not even particularly helpful. Yes, if you owned considerably fewer games, I have about 1,000 games, your mileage is going to vary severely as to what you can play and what you can't. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Some of the big AAA games, obviously, they're putting a lot of work into. But yeah. there's, if you have a lot of games, the Steam Deck as a secondary place to play games might make a lot of sense. If you're out and about, though. Yeah, I am also in a very weird position where I wouldn't be surprised if games like Honey Pop are never going to be verified just because they don't want adult games like Honey Pop to be announced as being verified. There is, yeah, I'm in a very weird position though where I just don't go out anywhere or do anything, so I'm always capable of being right in front of my computer. I could see perhaps playing games more if I wasn't making footage. Like, I could see myself getting into playing more Binding of Isaac if I didn't want to play Switch games and Nintendo games instead, while my computer was perhaps running a macro. That being said, my macros, as they get better programmed, are taking less and less time up anyways, and even my backup software that I've set up isn't so strenuous that there aren't ways that I could make footage while I'm also backing it up, and I can schedule it. So definitely becomes a harder argument to justify buying a Steam Deck. I don't really want to buy a Steam Deck for myself. I want to buy a Steam Deck to give to my nieces and nephews. Just to be mostly honest about it, I do want to work on it a little bit and take maybe a year to make sure I've got the emulators and the extra things set up on the Steam Deck, which you can, despite there being a vast number of games here that they're showing off, there is definitely room to add thousands and thousands of older games through emulation on a Steam Deck, which a portable Steam Deck is definitely what I would recommend if you want to play old games. Because remember, it can be docked also. So you can get an 8-bit though, NES style, Super NES style controller, whatever you want. You can dock it to a TV. The Linux operating system is less likely to run into problems as far as Steam OS, and Steam Decks obviously have way more than enough games. I doubt I'll ever get around to playing Castle, considering how that TV series has long since been cancelled. I didn't realize I had finally purchased Dragon's Lair. Did I ever play Beyond Good and Evil? Yeah. If anything, my filing system is part of the problem. And all these Tomb Raider anniversary games, and these older Tomb Raider games, I wish they were remade more better, like remade to be slightly better, and also remade more faithfully to emulate the experience of Tomb Raider, instead of just the Tomb Raider reboot, the most recent one, which just goes in a very different direction. And I think we probably will see something like that. And there's just a lot of games here. If you're willing to just have a few little problems. And this is something certainly that highlights the difference here. I've been, running my channel probably for 10 years. We won't go through the whole list of unsupported. I imagine there is quite a lot here, too. But yeah, maybe for 10 years I've been building up this Steam library and been a PC gamer. And the amount of games digitally that I own is really, really massive, with me spending maybe $300 a year on games. Like every Steam summer sale, somewhere around $300. And it becoming very difficult now, 10 years, to even justify spending that much because I have so much of a backlog. Whereas if you are buying games for the Nintendo Switch, you're paying $60 a game. It's pretty easy to spend $300 or $400 for games a year if you're buying, say, 5 games a year, which maybe is a little bit high, but not that high, over the course of a year. Plus, you will have the increased chance of having to buy a new console, which is going to be $200 or $300 extra, way more often for a Nintendo lineup. But it is definitely not apples to apples comparison, because I still ended up buying a Switch to play the Nintendo first party games, some of them. So yeah, overall, if you could just convince your kids to never like Nintendo games and only like PC games, you can do very well there, but that's a tall ask. Moving on to the video game news articles. Again, we talked about this. I think your best bet is probably to buy this and open it up, or buy this and hope the screen is not scratched. Like, inherently, you would definitely want to make sure that the refurbished versions don't have scratches on the screens, because that's just unacceptable. Broken screens, scratch screens. You're getting a much better value if you don't want to open it up to buy this for another $100 than you are to buy this for $200 more dollars. At a certain level, these refurbished prices are also reflecting a $100 difference between each model, which feels very arbitrary, whereas the original models were $400, then $530, which is actually $130 difference, versus a $120 difference for the top model. And yeah, for $130, I think you can probably do better than swapping out a 64 gigabyte to a 256 gigabyte model, but maybe not. Remember that the NVMe's are very small that fit into the Steam Decks, and that is definitely a design flaw that I'd like to see improved. Like, ideally, you would hope that you could take off like one side here and one side here, and that these would just remove a screw on the back and these sides would pop out, and on that side there would be a NVMe model that is a standard like 80 millimeter 144 millimeter length that you would attach, and on this side potentially would be a battery. Maybe you do 2 batteries to keep the balance instead of having the battery in the middle, or maybe you just have the battery in the back here, and then maybe there's something else over here in the control sticks. But yeah, instead of having to take out multiple screws and multiple more motherboards and cables and ribbon cables, if it was just right on the edge. Or it could certainly be on the back too, where you remove one screw to open a panel to switch out the memory stick. Yeah, I definitely would hope that they have a much better design in the Steam Deck too, and that to the point where I would almost believe it's worth waiting for a Steam Deck 2 or a new design. I'm still not a huge fan of the touchpads being a big focus, and you definitely are getting more of a PlayStation style layout in this. So I feel like it would be definitely weird to swap between playing like an Xbox controller plugged into a PC and then playing the Steam Deck. Like my fingers would have to revitalize that. And there's another point to point out here. I don't know if they ever really promoted or created the idea that a Steam Deck could just be a controller for a bigger screen. Like, in that you could potentially be streaming a game from your PC computer, which I guess you could do that with their Moonlight software, is what I think it's called. But yeah, they really aren't promoting that idea that you could just plug the USB into your Steam Deck and then it would just act as a controller on maybe even a console if you really loved this layout, or that you could use this with the screen off and look at a TV. Like, and I think Steam does have like a controller that they were kind of promoting, but they've not mentioned it recently. Yeah, here's a picture of it. Let's see if we can get the picture bigger. So here's your very short NVMe connector, and it looks to me like they've just got circuit boards all the way to the edge here and here. So it would be nice if even a part of the side grip came out and then this connector was facing this way, so then you didn't have to take the entire back off to connect it. Or ideally you would want the 144 millimeter style connector to be like right here and go vertically instead of horizontally there. But yeah, that would be the main thing you would want to upgrade, is the internal storage. We also are at a point too where using SD cards for internal storage for cell phones is becoming old school, and they are now using, I think it's called UFS, as a internal memory concept, and in part that's just going to push less and less use of storage cards and SD cards in cell phones, which is going to be less and less use of SD cards in general. We may get very well to the point where everybody just carries around NVMe sticks instead of USB sticks, or NVMe sticks inside of USB stick adapters, instead of carrying around SD cards. Let's try and burn through the news very quickly because we've been moving slow. Grand Theft Auto publisher reiterates plans for a record turning point in its next fiscal year. Okay, Take-Two CEO says $50 for Red Dead Redemption on Switch and PS4 is commercially accurate. We talked about Pokemon trailers stealing a cover, or using a cover potentially. I'm going to say potentially. We talked about Switch 2 needing to be backwards compatible according to the Take-Two boss. Fans think a newly revealed Pokemon could hint at a black and white remake. The last Pokemon remake was released in 2021. There was a whole pandemic, so that definitely makes some sense. Ubisoft Milan says it's not worried about Sparks of Hope's performance. Studio tells Video Games Chronicle it expects the sequel to sell over time despite a disappointing launch. Let's see. Nintendo patenting Tears of the Kingdom loading screen, abilities, maps, and more. Picross developer Jupiter is reportedly launching a summer sale this week. Almost every Picross game on Switch will see a 20% discount. I can't help but think that this sale might very well have been rushed out to cover up the fact that the Picross either publisher or developer mentioned that it was difficult to convince Nintendo to let them make a new Picross game or get collaborations. Here it is. It's been really hard to get them to say yes. We want to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Picross in 2025, and we've been pitching Nintendo for this but it's really hard to get them to say yes. Going through their approval process has become more difficult than ever, so the easy way to work with Nintendo is to publish something with their own IP, not the other way around, where a developer pitches Nintendo and waits for Nintendo to provide the IP to make a collaboration happen. So they're basically saying a 30th anniversary Picross game is not going to have any art or characters from Nintendo. But yeah, again, the sale probably trying to cover up that public discussion of something that probably shouldn't have been a public discussion. EA shares the first details of its Football Club 24 Ultimate. We talked about that. August PlayStation Plus game catalog and classic titles have been announced. And generally, I'm going to say for Video Games Chronicle, I'm not going to look at these lists anymore because they just don't put them in the best of list. Activision says most of its content collected in Modern Warfare 2 will carry over to Modern Warfare 3. Players will be able to bring over the weapons and cosmetic content, which I guess is a good announcement. I'm not sure too many people were even playing Modern Warfare 2, but of the people who were, probably are happy to hear that. Although I would say, if I liked Modern Warfare 2 because it was realistic, which I assume most people weren't liking it because it was realistic, there's a lot of skins and things here that don't look realistic at all. So my understanding of what Modern Warfare is probably wrong-headed, having not actually played the game, because looking at all these characters and all these skins, this does not scream realism at all. FIFA 23 is going to add its first ever hijab wearing player. The game includes women's club player Nahala Benzina's head covering, which makes me ask two questions. Certainly, have there not been any female hijab wearing characters before in the FIFA games? And maybe that is the case because maybe there hasn't been any female teams in. Well, nope, they're giving us a point here. FIFA 16 was the first game in the series to include women, with a selection of women's national teams to choose from. No further progress was made until FIFA 23, though, and women's club teams, for the first time, included the Barclays Women's Super League from England and D1 Arkema from France. There definitely is a real push to make female soccer players way more popular. From what I've heard, female soccer games are incredibly not watched by people in the UK, and I assume that's probably the case in a lot of soccer playing countries. And same as, in fairness to the West, not really. There's no such thing as really female football or female baseball. While there probably are leagues for both of those things in the United States, they are definitely not visited or viewed. People aren't paying out tickets to go see those players. But yeah, as far as Muslim men in soccer games, they probably have existed for a very long time in FIFA games, but Muslim men are not required to cover their heads. So you didn't have that hijab element, certainly. Now, this head covering, may not technically actually be a hijab, too. That there are several different words that mean similar things, just depending on if it's covering the face, covering the eyes, covering the nose, covering just the hair, or covering the sides of the head. Potential differences there, although maybe some of those are made up too. But to Westerners, to non-Muslims, we basically all think of it as a hijab. Yeah. Definitely seems like there's a couple shifts, or at least one major shift that they're trying to push as far as having more female teams. We also know that the FIFA female teams are getting paid considerably less to play the same game, which is definitely a weird catch-22 since they're getting considerably fewer ticket sales also. And inherently, for somebody in the United States to understand why female soccer is less popular than male soccer, I would have to understand why soccer in general is popular, and I'm not sure I really do understand that. And it definitely feels like it's more at a professional level. I suspect that in the UK there is actually quite a lot of little girls who like to play soccer as much as there are little boys that like to play soccer. So it really is just on the professional level. In fairness, though, in the United States, I don't think there are that many little girls that like to play football or basketball or baseball. We talked about the Tetris book potentially being ripped off. Exoprimal could get Dino Crisis content if there's enough demand. I've actually seen more happy reception on Exoprimal than I thought it really would get. It definitely felt like it would very possibly have been just like an Earth Defense Force type game that comes out and nobody plays and isn't really popular in the West. If you were going to make a Dino Crisis crossover content, this is the art style of Dino Crisis, so you would definitely have to remake the characters to be more in line with what modern art styles are, and you would be breaking, I think, some of the ideas as far as the artistic vision, in that it looks like all the characters are in giant armor suits in Exoprimal, whereas Dino Crisis lady here is just in a leather outfit. Let's see. Red Dead Redemption coming to Switch and PS4 next week. Call of Duty game is Modern Warfare 3. A lot of this is, I believe, old articles. PS5's cloud streaming beta is live and it supports up to 4K. Weirdly, I did hear a conversation about like the Dolby Atmos settings for the Xbox Series X and the PS5, and how there's kind of really bad support, I think, for Dolby Atmos on both systems. It is weird that you're not getting that experience where the PlayStation 5 would be one of the best Blu-ray 4K Ultra HD type players. I don't even think you can play movies on the PS5, and then the Xbox Series S can play movies if you install like Media Player, but then it's really not the best option either, which is a shame because that was definitely my default thought, was that I'd either get an Xbox Series X cheap refurbished to be a new Blu-ray player or a PS5, but honestly, I guess it's better just to go back to buying a standalone device, as long as they're still making standalone devices. They announced a Babylon 5 release of a remastered release on Blu-ray for the Babylon 5 TV series, which hopes are that it is even a new, better remaster than the HBO Max remaster, or it is just selling the HBO Max remaster. Either way, you're probably in a better position there as far as the visuals, and that is an announcement right on the heels of Babylon 5's animated standalone movie, Long Way Home. So those are nice announcements, but there has been no update as far as the Babylon 5 remake, if that's actually going to happen. Which, yeah. Remake could be anything and everything. I don't know what you really need to remake unless you're just making a shot-for-shot remake with new actors. Which, with the strike, who knows if that would really happen. Because I think in the 5 seasons of Babylon 5, maybe there's 2 or 3 episodes that aren't worth watching. But that's about it. Every other episode, it's almost every line of dialogue, every scene is worth seeing. I could see the graphics being improved somewhat, where if you were going to reboot something like Farscape, you could take the general concept of Farscape and put it in a completely different direction, and it would just be as good, because Farscape's narrative path could easily be replaced with its individualized episodes being entertaining, whereas Babylon 5's narrative path, every single episode connects to the next episode. It is a long 5-season long tale. It's definitely sold that way, at least. Back to video games. New Zealand's regulator approves the proposed Activision Blizzard deal. Pokemon, the card game from Game Boy, and Pokemon Stadium, plus, I guess, the expansion pack, are going to be allowed on, are being added to Switch Online. Which, the Pokemon trading card game from Game Boy is going to be incredibly simplistic and black and white. It's going to be nothing close to the Pokemon trading card game of today's. And Pokemon Stadium needs to really be able to import and export your Pokemon from other on Switch Online Pokemon games to really make sense. And I don't know what the expansion pack. I guess this means Pokemon Stadium is only available to people who have the Pokemon Online and expansion pack, which is, I guess, a generic higher tier of Switch Online. I guess it is Switch Online instead of Nintendo Online, which that's a poor name. If Switch Online is called Switch Online, then the Switch 2 has to be called the Switch 2. And yeah, controller support for Pokemon Stadium. Actually, this is, I think, Pokemon Stadium 2. Yeah, there's a squashed 2 there. I think they had already released Pokemon Stadium 1. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet DLC gets new details and a release date. It will be released in September 13th. Not really feeling a huge amount of hype around the DLC of Scarlet and Violet. Perhaps that's because there really hasn't been major bug fixes or improvements around Scarlet and Violet, and inherently, even if they had fixed all the bugs, I don't think Scarlet and Violet's gameplay conceit of being more open world where you can go anywhere you want to go was the right direction to go with a Pokemon game. Inherently, it does just feel like diminished returns over and over again with every new Pokemon game that's released. Mew and Mewtwo are officially coming to Scarlet and Violet. Players can add Mew to their games starting today. How do you add it, I wonder? Use the gift code GETYOURMEW, all caps, until September 18th. Yeah. How do you get the Mewtwo? If players complete the Mewtwo raid with Mew in their team, something special will happen, although it's not clear what. It's expected that Mewtwo will be level 100 when it joins the game, as has been the case with previous 7-star Terra raids. And yeah, I didn't realize there was even a multiplayer raid element to Scarlet and Violet. So people who are still playing Scarlet and Violet today are almost certainly getting a very different experience than what I was, what I think the main game is. It almost feels like it's a mobile game where you have daily challenges and raids and things like that, which I didn't realize it had any of that. A new Detective Pikachu Returns trailer shows off the new partner Pokemon. This is a long-awaited sequel. The Detective Pikachu human character is not anywhere close to the human character in the live-action CGI Detective Pikachu movie with Ryan Reynolds voicing Detective Pikachu. So, yeah, you pretty much have to forget that movie exists and go back to playing the original Detective Pikachu to be in the right mindset for the sequel to the original Detective Pikachu. And I would definitely suggest forgetting the Ryan Reynolds live-action CGI Detective Pikachu movie anyways, because those Pokemon just looked grotesque. That was just a weird choice. I would have personally, with nothing better as an option, had the Pokemon depicted either as cartoony 3D CGI characters like this, or straight up just have them be flat and 2D depictions of characters, while the humans in the rest of the world would have been 3D. Either one of those would have been fairly weird, but the lighting aspects and the just grotesque nature of all the Pokemon in that CG really was like almost like an H.R. Giger movie. Just didn't feel like Pokemon when you were looking at the Pokemon. It wasn't even scary, it was just weird. The first reviews of the Gran Turismo movie are mixed. Critics are divided, some criticizing the film's extensive product placement. I don't really feel like I care one way or another. Rotten Tomatoes score of 55%, which probably means it's actually totally way worse than that. But as far as video game relevancy, this is very little. I don't think, even if you were to say the Gran Turismo movie is a video game movie spin-off, which is maybe a valid argument, it's nothing close to, say, the Mario movie or Sonic movies, where you actually are trying to have characters and elements from a video game make sense on the theme. You're really just making a racing movie when you make a Gran Turismo movie, and those have existed for a long time and never been particularly popular. The Gran Turismo film has also been criticized for reframing a real-life spectator death. Critics accuse the film of changing the timeline and using the incident to drive the plot, which I guess a real-life spectator died. I think I heard something about that. But, yeah. Yeah, that's movies in a nutshell. Anything that says it's based on real-life events means basically it's made up. Xbox has reduced its $1 Game Pass Ultimate trial from a month to 14 days. The trial returned last month after ending in March. Which, yeah, these kind of moves definitely make it feel more like Microsoft is desperate for money. I could see why if they're trying to acquire Activision Blizzard for billions of dollars, but you're really penny pinching. If anything, you might very well be saving some people in that, because if they got a $1 trial for 14 days and then they didn't play the game at all or only played it once in 14 days, then a lot of people may just say, you know what, I don't play this enough. Whereas if you give 30 days, and this is why most trials are 30 days, then that gives somebody 4 weeks instead of 2 weekends, four weekends instead of 2 weekends to potentially play, and enough time to forget that they had signed up for the trial in the first place. Yeah. So I think they're probably hurting themselves with the 14 days trial. I don't think there's a big difference there. If anything, as far as like quarterly reports to shareholders, it would make a lot of sense to say a trial is up to 3 months every quarter, every fiscal quarter, as far as players are concerned. And honestly, you could just say a trial is 3 months, and then that would get your numbers up. It if anything, gives the indication that Microsoft is realizing that they've hit a saturation point as far as Xbox Game Pass, and there aren't that many more people that they can actually convince to sign up. Not that many more people in the world. Moving on to the Gematsu articles. Let's see. We talked about the DLC launching on September 13th for Pokemon. Samba de Amigo Party Central has a DLC roadmap being announced, if you want to check that out on Gematsu. Sanabi Final Early Access Update is now available. Full release is due out in November. I don't know what this game is. It's very bright and colorful, but I could definitely see how I would have just ignored it as being too much neon blah, as a lot of stuff happening in the background. But certainly I can't overlook the fact that it is overwhelmingly positive, to the point where I think I would just have to put it on the wish list and skip a step. Dokapon Kingdom Connect for PC launches September 7th. See if this has been put on the fall list. RPG hybrid party game. I guess if I make a YouTube short on it, I have to put it on the fall list, don't I? Even though this is one that I really wouldn't do that for. I really wouldn't keep it on the fall list. Yeah. So almost certainly I have made the mistake of saying I'll make a YouTube short on this and then not put it on the fall list, and then I've probably made another YouTube short on the same game twice in a row. RPG Time: The Legend of Right Monster Party update is now available. Let's see. And then if a new update comes, and I don't want to put it on the fall list, I still kind of need to put it on the fall list, don't I? I really wish there were multiple lists here, or a way to check this off. At some point, it probably would make sense to just go through all my YouTube shorts, which that'll be too many to look through in the first place, just to see if the same video title has been used multiple times. YouTube doesn't really stop that. Green Blue Fantasy Versus sales have topped 1 million. A sequel is due out on November 30th. This is, I assume, a fighting game. Yep. This is Grand Blue versus Rising. The Grand Blue Versus sales have topped 1 million. It does feel like there's a little bit more than fighting going on here with this screen. I don't think I need to promote it just because it got 1 million sales though. Akatsuki Games Now online presentation has been set for August 18th. more on Atelier Resleriana and other upcoming titles. So I guess there's a new Atelier game coming out, which, yeah, seems like it would be about time. I don't know what the name of this game would be, and this is obviously called Tribe 9. So announcements for announcements. PS5 shipments have topped 41.7 million. 3.3 million shipped in the 3 months ending June 30th. They were talking about it at the Evo with the USB ports breaking off. Noticeably, if you look at this picture though, the USB ports seem to be all black and they were showing blue USB plastic. So maybe there's some USB 3.0 blue plastic in the back of the PlayStation 5. Unless they were playing on PlayStation 4s. I think it was PS5s. Noticeably though, you also have like only one USB port on the front. Whereas it would make sense to have at least two. Flashback 2 has a new Washington trailer. If you want to check that out. I'm fairly partially sold on the Flashback 2 in the sense that it is historically relevant enough to justify purchasing and playing, just so I could talk about the historical relevancy of Flashback 1. We already looked at the Trine 5 trailer, so nothing to really say more there. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 worldwide reveal has been set for August 17th. They've blacked out a face here, and it looks like there might very well be another character on the side here, like holding maybe the hands of this character. I don't even know if there are iconic characters in the Modern Warfare universe that you could tease. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot DLC has the 23rd World Tournament launching August 17th. So more Dragon Ball Z Kakarot gameplay. Not to be confused with Dragon Ball Z Fighter Z. Kakarot is, I believe, more of a storyline based fighting RPG game. Let's see just what the sales are right now for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Very positive. And I guess in video game form, you really don't want something that would be just like Dragon Ball Z Kai that like gives you an abridged version of the stories of Dragon Ball Z. You probably do want to just experience the entirety of the story. There's definitely a lot of conversation around Dragon Ball Z to stop after a certain point, like stop after one of the world tournaments and don't watch the rest of the content, or stop after maybe the Cell saga and don't watch the Majin Buu content. And that even stretches to not bothering to watch some of the sequel parts of Dragon Ball until you get to later Dragon Ball anime series that are a little bit better. PlayStation Plus games catalog and classic catalog lineup for August was announced. Again, there's a list here of games. Hotel Transylvania being included, which is kind of weird. Yeah, list of games coming to PlayStation Plus. We talked about Princess Maker 2 Regeneration. Kentucky Route Zero TV Edition is coming to the PS5 and Xbox Series on August 17th. It currently is available on everything else. So What is TV edition? Well, it's known as PC edition here on Steam, which would make some sense. Let's see. Yeah. The TV edition is already available for the Xbox One and PS4 and Switch. The PC edition is for Steam, good old gamesitch.io. The mobile version is App Store. So they just have TV edition coming out for the most recent consoles, and it being called TV edition because it's on a TV, and it seems like there really isn't any real difference between the different editions. Whereas you would think TV edition might be a whole different story, or it might be a remaster of the visuals, although these low polygon, no faces visuals probably couldn't be remastered by much. Encouragement of Climb Next Summit, or Anoyama ni Moo Ichido, has been announced for Ichido has been announced for PS4 and Switch. It's due out December 17th in Japan. There you have two anime kids holding hands and doing the "Yay, we did it!" And they're on like the top of a building, but maybe that's the level of their climbing. I would suspect this is based off of an anime I vaguely recall hearing where it's cute moe anime kids that get into a physical hobby of climbing mountains. Now, it's important, I guess, to point out that climbing mountains in Japan is usually walking. Maybe you need a walking stick up to the top of a mountain with a path that has been well trodden and beaten. It's not as much a case of climbing the sides of mountains with hooks and ropes and ladders and things like that. I would assume that's what they're focusing on. Regardless, I doubt that this, what I assume is a visual novel spin-off game, is going to come to the West. This would be one to keep an eye on, where if they tried to bring this to Steam, if they tried to bring this to the West, would this be just immediately rejected by Valve's form of censorship, because here you have moe young kids, even though they are just being depicted as young kids, group of friends. There doesn't seem to be anything adult really in the nature of it. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this group of friends go to a onsen, which is very culturally normal, and do public bathing together, and that would potentially get it rejected from Steam. It's like public bathing in Japan is so common now. It's just ridiculous. It's like there literally are people in Japan that don't bathe at their houses at all because they have just such tiny apartments and may not have a shower in their apartment, or even a shared shower in their apartment complex. So if they're going to bathe at all, they basically have to go to a public bathhouse, not perhaps an onsen that is more in the forested, more rural areas where it's public outdoor bathing, but public bathhouses in general in Japan, very, very common, to my understanding. Let's see. We already talked about Modern Warfare 3 being announced. WrestleFest was delayed at the last second to August 22. Apparently there was a net not caught before save game glitch that they found at the last second, and that caused the delay. Which, you know, that's the right thing to do. Certainly don't just push your game out and create a huge problem. So they put out a delay. Perhaps this is a statement, though, that when you have a small company, maybe they should do their final checks a lot earlier before they announce a date and commit to a date, and maybe publishers shouldn't just severely prematurely announce release dates for games to only then release unfinished games or buggy games or have to have delays. At the very least, I'd say most Japanese companies do the decent thing of at least delaying the games multiple times early in their advertisement cycle instead of delaying them at the last second. Let's see. Kage Shadow of the Ninja debut trailer and screenshots are available on Gamatsu if you want to check that out. Persona 5 The Phantom X Awakening test begins August 18th. This is a smartphone game. Apparently being published by Atlas. River City Showdown for PS4, Switch, and PC adds a special scenario called Ricky's Story. Which, okay. The art style here is definitely in the line with River City old games. So it's, yeah. As much as I want to play River City Girls and River City Girls 2, it's a much harder sell to make me want to play this River City game. Particularly if it's going to be fairly expensive. $24 is a little high for what looks like a very old game, a very pixely beat 'em up game. I don't think that announcement deserves another YouTube short. Versace Evermore Error Salvation launches November 9th in the West. Versace Evermore is probably how that's pronounced. This looks to me like some kind of card-based game, but I'm not sure. I really believe it is a card game. Apparently it's a visual novel otome game, young maiden game. And these might just be collectible. Yeah. First print copies of the game include exclusive set of 7 full character cards. So that's just a included in packaging, which Switch packaging in general is so small that even having character cards in it would probably mean the character cards are smaller than you would like them to be. I really don't have time to jump through the trailers, particularly when trailers for visual novels are going to be very static still images and they really aren't going to show you much. If anything, it seems like there might be a vampire element or sword fighting element to all this. Moving on, Atelier Wrestlerina, Forgotten Alchemy and the Liberator of Polar Night has been announced for PC, iOS, and Android, due out in 2023 in Japan, which I kind of was expecting it to take a little bit longer than that. Here you have a new group of characters and friends, with this lady being probably your main focus. That being said, I think there's a decent chance here that this Atelier game is going to be more of a mobile game, Genshin Impact style game, something that isn't perhaps as AAA polished as you might like it. That being said, I imagine it still has the same gameplay elements. It looks like there's some mining and fishing and wandering around, and there's going to be some fighting. Perhaps they've gone a little too far in this, in that it feels like there's maybe one male character and then 3 or 2 or 3 female characters. It is a very different experience, certainly, though, when you try to make a mobile game that you want people to come back and play over and over again, versus an RPG game that may be super long, but is going to have more of a beginning, middle, and end to it. It's, as far as my understanding of what Atelier is, it seems like it's sticking to the things you would expect with magic and getting resources to do potions of magic and crazy outfits and crazy high fashion outfits. Not sure cat girls have always been a thing in the Atelier universe, but I haven't played any of the games either, so who knows. It does seem just like it's being rushed a little bit, but that has also consistently been the case as far as the Atelier series. I guess if you wanted to play it on Steam, it's not out yet, and it probably would only support Japanese at the moment, so no reason to really play it now. Yeah, Shadow of the Ninja Reborn is going to be published by ININ Games, or ININ, or ENIN Games in the West. I don't know how you pronounce that really. ININ would be my assumption. Let's see. Detective Pikachu returns on Gamatsu with a trailer and screenshots if you want to check out the screenshots. Yeah. The real question, I guess, that would come down to this is how easy is it at the moment to play Detective Pikachu 1? And do you really need to play Detective Pikachu 1? Or can you just jump into Detective Pikachu 2? But Detective Pikachu Returns. And then we already talked about Pokemon trading card games and Pokemon Stadium 2 being added. So then that brings us to the GameDeveloper.com articles, which we already talked about this one. Let's see. Take-Two lauds its recurrent consumer spending and hints that GTA 6 could launch in 2024. Lauding recurrent consumer spending is to say that people are still putting a lot of money into the GTA Online and GTA Online gambling casino and in-app purchase nonsense, which has just slowed down the development and lowered the quality of Rockstar GTA games and Red Dead games. And so even if GTA 6 does come out, it was going to have a struggle to start with to just be a relevant game since it's such an old concept, but it's going to have even more of a struggle now to be a relevant game that doesn't also just have a ton of microtransactions that people would reject. Unfortunately, there is really just no total rejection from gamers. There's never been a game where people have said, I'm never playing this, I'm never playing a sequel, I absolutely blacklist this. There is, at best, perhaps my own personal blacklist of like Depression Quest because of the whole Gamergate associations around the creator of Depression Quest. And then there's been definitely some games like Modern Warfare or Call of Duty games that people have chosen not to play much of, but some people played it. The game basically has to be taken down by the publisher or developer for gamers to not play it at all. But that you don't have to reach zero either. If GTA 6 comes out and it sells less than 1 million copies, then it will definitely send the message. The Saints Row reboot game sends that message, certainly. Buying Cyberpunk or the Batman game and then getting refunds sends that message. Massive amounts of people giving negative reviews to games sends the message. Whether or not Take-Two wants to hear the message, who knows, but that is the best we can do, certainly, is just to review things badly, warn off other consumers from buying the game, getting a refund, things like that. Alright. 1 second, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, so I'll just be right back. Let's see. Okay, sorry about that, but yeah, moving to the next story. PlayStation 5 sales have fallen short of expectations despite a significant increase. The PlayStation 5 sold 3.3 million units during the first quarter of this year, but Sony wanted even more sales, which this feels very much in line with Square Enix being disappointed by setting too high of expectations around Final Fantasy XVI. It definitely seems to me like we've hit this point, particularly in Japanese companies, where the idea of a corporation just wanting to see infinite growth has been unattainable for years now, but it has gotten to a ridiculous level, and there's just no more hiding it or cheating it with general accepted accounting procedures, and companies are just having to say, hey, we did not meet our expectations, maybe we need to lower our expectations. I don't think Japanese companies are quite to the point where they would be willing to admit to lowering that they need to lower their expectations. They're just going to constantly, I imagine, throw whoever they can throw under the bus to blame and just try and point fingers at people. And yeah, I imagine the expectations in general in Japanese companies are just way, way too high. But we're seeing same things as far as sales expectations and stock prices not being good enough for companies like Apple, and I'm sure we'll see something like that for other companies around the world. Microsoft would be believable, certainly too. The PlayStation 5 on one level has almost a false saturation point, in that there's been enough time that people have not been able to purchase a PlayStation 5 that people are realizing they don't really need a PlayStation 5 or want a PlayStation 5. They've found alternatives, or they've just gone without. So now that the PlayStation 5 is available again and the shortages are less, you can people who really still want to buy them are buying them, but not as many as Sony wanted, obviously. Another aspect, certainly, to companies not meeting their expectations needs to really be focused around the fact that the idea of just-in-time shipping falls completely apart as soon as there is a ship that blocks the Suez Canal, or there's a global pandemic for a couple of years. We're going to almost certainly need to go back to the idea of more warehouses having components or finished products on the shelves, just in case there is a surge in demand. And the good news on that is, I guess, so many businesses are going out of business as far as office buildings that you could potentially see office buildings getting converted into more shipping facilities and warehouses, even though they're not really designed for that. You basically have to tear down the office building, rezone the area, and turn it into a more shipping facility warehouse. But for small things like a PlayStation 5, yeah, it wouldn't be crazy if there was just like 10 floors in a building stacked with PlayStation 5s somewhere, and you were just taking entire pallet loads in and out of different floors of the building to ship them into a single truck that could fit in the parking lot of an office building. I guess really small things, it would make a lot more sense. And it would definitely make a lot more sense if you took an office building and converted it into holding multiple things. I could see Amazon.com with just books taking an office building and potentially having like one copy of each book on the shelf in a converted office building, or just clothing, or just small things. Anyways, moving on. Translators and external developers are reportedly missing from the Baldur's Gate 3 credits, which, yeah, There's an update here. Larian has made a statement to Eurogamer indicating that they have compelled localization from Altagame to remedy the Altagram to remedy the situation. So they're saying it was the localization team that didn't report the employees correctly. But at a certain level, the main developer has the responsibility to make sure any subcontractor that they hire does things correctly, and the publisher has a moral obligation, or we should hold them at least to a moral obligation to make sure that the main developer, Larian, does what's right. It would be better, certainly, if there is laws and fines against not crediting artistic people in their artistic creations, to the point where we really should have a full-on system. No such system really exists, but we really should have like a full-on credit system for all people in the world. Like, just if you work a job, you have to report to the government what they worked on and at what times they worked on things. You kind of have to do that, but you really only have to report the hours they worked for most jobs. But yeah, if that system then expanded to saying, this is this person, they worked on Project X, well, no, you wouldn't. You would make it so they would have to reveal the actual name of the game. You couldn't just say they work on Project X and then never update the information. But yeah, it would be nice to see a credit system built around, say, social security systems and tax systems already that exist to get information that society deserves to know, all in one place, all run by a theoretically non-corrupt, efficient government, if such a thing could ever exist. But yeah, we see this in video games way too often. We don't see this as much as a complaint in movies or TV where unionization happens, and it's a shame that unionization may be the only solution anybody is willing to talk about, but it's a solution nonetheless, so we may have to go with that. Let's see, we already talked about the price of $50 being defended by Take-Two CEO. We already talked about Netflix game adding controller app ahead of TV support. And then we talked about Roblox. And then we talked about the Tears of the Kingdom patents. And then my Steam list didn't want to work today. So we won't do any fall list cleanup today. Why it doesn't work some days and why it does work other days, I don't know. Arguably my fall list must just be really, really long compared to other people's fall lists. So then that just brings us to all the new games that came out on Steam. And let's see. Perhaps time for International Cats Day. We have a game called Cat's Request, which could be something, so I'll say yes. Then we have immediately an adult game called The Demon's Lust, which I don't know if there's actual adult content. Yes, there is. All the adult content screenshots were just at the end. So, first few screenshots just looks like you're playing as this 3D CGI kind of anime looking nun lady who maybe gets a gun and shoots at demons, and then it looks like maybe there's an escape the mansion puzzle aspect to it, but then crammed into the game is way worse looking, different skin tone, different lighting scenes of closer to 2D anime style girls. The game is $7.99 and it's English and Spanish. Yeah, and I just don't really get it. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not gonna muddle over trying to figure it out even. Like, it just doesn't feel like if you wanted to make an escape the mansion puzzle game where a demon's chasing a nun, you'd make one game. If you wanted to make a fetish nun adult game, you would not have the horror escape the mansion puzzle elements. Well, I'm going to make a YouTube short on this, but I'm not going to put it on the follow list. But it is also a multiplayer game, so I think I'd remember that. But maybe I should just put it on the follow list. Maybe anything that gets a YouTube short really should just be on the follow list. And then that would definitely justify constantly doing the follow list cleanup. Is to just recognize that there are going to be games on the follow list that in no way I actually wanted to play. Micro Games Volume 1 looks like nothing. Here we have what looks to me like a very simplistic visual novel. Every screenshot here of just this one character and nothing else. It's free, so I guess the price is right. Neo Clip. Complex labyrinth game of some sort. I'll give it a chance. It probably isn't anything. Stormcade. Doesn't look like anything. Freddy's Archives, I assume, is something like a Five Nights at Freddy's game, but with a very different visual style. So it's trying to create name confusion almost certainly. Shotgun Knight. Looks like it's Jump King with a shotgun. At a certain level, should I promote something that is just a ripoff of Jump King? Well, instead of sitting here wondering about it, I guess I'll just make a short on it and try to get some feedback. That's really what I'm going to look for more and more as far as feedback. Here we have I Am Future finally getting a Steam page, or coming out in early access. I'm really going to look towards more feedback from YouTube Shorts. YouTube has also introduced the idea of doing questions and quizzes, and so I could see bigger YouTubers potentially having questions and quizzes in their games on their YouTube page. But yeah, I don't know if it would make a lot of sense for me to try to put out questions like when was the NES released, and things like that, as far as just a little fun posts trying to get engagement, but particularly since you're being an arbiter of truth and not asking for people to vote on a poll as much as you're saying answer this question and I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. Here we have an adult game that weirdly all the screenshots aren't, except for the last one, aren't really adult. It seems to me like it is under a weird story of potentially falling in love with a patient or cutting up people, falling in love with the idea of cutting up people. Yep. It definitely seems like there might be more gore and horror in this game than actual adult content. It's English only, it's $2.99. Surgical procedures, violence, nudity, animal death, hallucinations, and serious Hippocratic Oath violations. And yeah, what you would really want to point out on this is this feels like this is a very different type of story being told that is being somewhat censored by being put in the adult section, um, where maybe it doesn't cross enough of a line to justify being in the adult section. Or maybe it does. It's hard to tell without actually playing the game. Let's see. 2 endings, 14,000 words, 10 unique CGIs. That all really does imply to me that there is actually not much content here. And maybe that is why it's such a weird story. Originally, this was a submission in the 2023 Otome Jam, which, as far as a Young Maiden story, it doesn't really feel like a Young Maiden Otome game. And it doesn't look like an Otome game in any way. The art style, very Western in its style. Not terrible in some of the depictions, but not Otome Japanese anime style at all. So yeah, I don't know if you really should be selling Game Jam games in the first place, and $2.99 at that length of text doesn't seem like it's worth it. Let's see, Night Cat's Leaves on the Road is a hidden object game. So, you know what, I really, if it's going to be something like a hidden object game, I know that there isn't going to be another time that they try and promote themselves or put out a press release, so I don't need to put these things on the follow list, come to think of it. I assume, again, this might be a cat game because of International Cat Day. Maybe they really thought there was going to be like a sale for cat games on Steam, even though it didn't happen. One Man Army is nothing. One Man Army a second time is nothing. Here we have what looks like a cat-based spellcrafting game that I don't think is quite visually polished enough. Looks like it's a programming-based puzzle game, but no, I don't think this is really what it is. Although that is an interesting idea if you have like if statements and you have to play the cards out to solve a programming puzzle. I would have to really think about if that works. Unlock A, B, or C. Yeah. Like, it seems like the card elements here are probably not randomized, and so it's not really a card game that needs to be a card game. They're just using cards as a visual element to represent actions. Yeah. So I'm going to say no to Lambda Spellcrafting Academy. Probably going to say no to Undead Wilderness Survival. Death Bulge Battle of the Bands. Might be something, but apparently I'm not signed in. No, I am, so didn't figure that out. Return of the Host doesn't look like anything. And then we have something here that looks like it might be adult content, but isn't in that section. Virtual Ultimate Beach Dancer seems to just be an asset flipped soft CG 3D type character. A little bit shinier than your average CGI character. Dancing Around. $19.99 is way too expensive, claiming it has full audio for every language supported. I genuinely feel like the idea of dance in itself is just not popular as it's made out to be, particularly in video game aspects. I imagine people who do go to bars and go on the dance floor enjoy dancing, certainly, or people who dance in other ways enjoy dancing, but overall, controlling or watching somebody else dance is not that popular. Dancing with the Stars, I assume, is popular because you want to see the celebrities fail and screw up. Not that you actually want to see an amazing dance number or performance. And the kinds of dance performances that are usually shown are just like backup dancers or pop dancers at concerts, or ballet dancers on ballet performances and things like that. Musical dancers on musicals, things like that. Nothing to say about random blocks. Quick Claw doesn't look visually polished enough. Idol Magic Legend, it looks like it's probably a very simplistic Chinese idol game. Well, not simplistic. Kind of looks like a mobile game. Although weirdly, language support for Chinese is hidden below the fold when fairly obviously all the art here is very focused around Chinese art styles. Noticeably though, I have no idea how you actually would play this game, and really don't care. Next we have a game called They Linger. Gotta read the words right, at least. That doesn't look like anything. And then here we have a adult game called Hentai Uni 2, which is 2D, somewhat colorful, but I would say there's a little bit of Western inspiration in the character designs, ladies. But also definitely the colorfulness feels like it is inspired by anime, but almost certainly a Western animator, because the proportions are very off. Like very small necks, very long and slender, way too long legs. It looks to me like it is pretty much just a slide puzzle game with maybe a little bit of visual novel story in it. It's $1.59, and yeah, it says it has Japanese full audio under the fold. Guess I could show this one screen here to show off the characters and the art styles. You can see just like really big heads, but really long arms, very long legs. It just definitely isn't that kawaii style. Definitely isn't moe. Definitely isn't chibi. And it just comes off as this is a Western animator trying to ape anime characters of some sort, or perhaps trying to make something that is bright and colorful like an anime character, but that also would be approved to be put on Steam. And then the next game we have, which again maybe this is a hint at bundling, is called Zombikini Pinball Z, which is a pinball game with a 2D lady, and seemingly as you play the pinball game, my guess is zombie hands come out and rip off more of her clothes, which is an interesting thought, in that while you're playing the overlaying pinball, you're also interacting with the picture and revealing more. It does seem like there is also a sex simulation element to it, and maybe some unlockable artwork. And it does kind of feel like it's a slightly different story concept, certainly, as far as being assaulted by zombies. It's $4.49 and it's English only. Seems like you're mostly just unlocking toys and skins to change the appearance of the character. And that's pretty much it. For the actual pinball element, though, the table looks pretty boring looking. And that's inherently going to be part of the problem with it, is that you would not want to cover up the lady that is in the background in the middle of the table much. So that creates a scenario where the pinball table itself can't be that fun, and it definitely doesn't look like it's a very polished or interesting looking pinball game. The number of toys are about 8 that you can enable, it looks like. I guess if this was way cheaper instead of $4.50 and there were multiple girls, though, at least that is a different style of gameplay, and pinball is something that you could come back to. There is definitely a history of adult mods to pinball tables to add nudity to them, and I think there was a few like Playboy style adult pinball tables that were in bars that just had nudity in them to start off with. Although in the old days that would have just been an actual photograph of an actual like Playboy girl, not an animated character. Nothing to say about this game. Let's see. Don't think there's going to be much to say about Medieval Thief VR either. Cannon Block Ball doesn't look like enough of a game for me to want to play it. Spin Completely Screwed, I assume, is... I would have thought it was a point and click adventure game, but it doesn't feel like that's really what it is. And I guess this is a game based on a series that I don't recognize. First spin game in real 3D animated by hand. There's no other spin games being mentioned in games like this, so let's see if we can click on this developer and see what else they've created. Well, none of these look particularly relevant as far as games. When I clicked on the developer name, did I end up on the publisher's page? No, I didn't. So we'll click on the publisher then and see if that helps us any. Nope. So as far as I can tell, this Finn character does not have any other games made by this developer. And while this isn't an adult game, it says that you bring every sheep from the flock to their climax. Oh, so this is straight up, you are just running around and you're just breeding with the other sheep and trying not to get caught. Weird. Kind of weird concept, but not that strange from nature. That certainly explains the name. This is arguably a game that should be in the adult section. Content may not be suitable for all ages. Generally, this game is not suitable for workplace, not safe for work. So, if we were going to have more games in the adult section, this definitely feels like one that probably would justify being in there. Personally, though, I don't see a real reason why I'd want to play this game. Like, playing as what seems like a horny sheep running around trying to breed with other sheep, and the shepherd actually caring that you were breeding with the other sheep when you shepherd would probably be ecstatic. As a ram, I guess you'd be a ram breeding with the sheep. Yeah, the whole concept just doesn't really have much of an appeal to it to me. So I'm going to say no to that. But again, that is going to be an example of, with the possible over-censorship, in my opinion, of games on Steam, to the point where some games are not being allowed, you're seeing a pushback now of games that should be in the adult section straight up just saying, no, I'm not going to click the tab or click the listing to make it an adult section game. I tried to play a couple of point-and-click adventure games on my cell phone, and one of them was just so weird in its dialogue. I think it was just being translated very badly, called Desire, that I just didn't get anywhere. And then the other was called Lost in Play, and I liked Lost in Play, but it was just a demo. And that is kind of the problem, is that if you start going to install the best free apps on Google, it's going to be a demo that then tells you to buy it for real. And so it's a bait and switch. I guess I'll give this a follow, just to be generous. Here we have Dawnlands being mostly negative. So, open world survival crafting game. It actually looks fairly nice, so this must play particularly terribly, or there must be some other controversy around it. Let's look at the reviews on this. Not gonna lie, this game feels like a group of 5 friends who never developed a game, who got tasked to make a game that's exactly like Genshin Impact. Literally, the first enemy who killed me was a stupid log. Very rough around the edges, incomplete, and feels bulky and stiff. Awful sound effects. Yeah. So, just general polish problems, it seems. Those screenshots certainly are pretty, though. But when you're at 26% positive, that is incredibly, incredibly low. Next we have Robin Hood Shorewood Builders Bandit's Trail. It's actually surprising that there aren't more Robin Hood games out there. I'm gonna give this a follow just because it has Robin Hood in the name. But yeah, for the most part, I would assume every single aspect around the character Robin Hood is public domain. Perhaps there is something in like the Disney Robin Hood movie or some other later Robin Hood movie that would stop you from using those aspects. But the general Robin Hood robs from the rich and gives to the poor concept works fine as a characterization. Although weirdly, you'll have way more people taking the concept of a Robin Hood like character and making their own unique character from that, instead of just trying to tell a Shorewood Forest set Robin Hood narrative, which I guess modernizing Robin Hood or putting them in different time scales makes it easier to make your story more of your own than going back to Shorewood Forest. This grass hopping game, I guess, is a good example of what a new modern Frogger game might be as a concept. And I suppose it is a spin on the climbing and jumping infinitely games. At least this feels like they aren't just throwing in random things in the air. Like, this really does feel like a game. I've actually convinced myself to make a YouTube short on it. Eventually you do just get to floating things in the air, but even at that, it does feel like the beginning of the world is something. Inherently, that may be the problem with all these hopping upward and upward levels in games, is that you get halfway through development of creating that ground floor, and then eventually everything is just going to be floating in the air, and it's just going to be throwing garbage that you've asset flipped into the air. But yeah, as you look here, there's a real artistic concept that it seems like you're working your way through in different sections. But I'm not sure if this isn't really what I would prefer to have, is just to have a modded version of games like this where you fly through the entire environment, or a completely different gameplay mechanic where you would fly upward and upward through an environment. Like, ideally, I would want something with possibly a double jump, a grapple hook, a parachute, something along those lines. And see, this is the point where it breaks, and it's just floating nonsense as you go higher and higher. Moving on, we have a game called Great Dynasties Mahjong. If people like Mahjongs, I guess it should, in the same way as far as hidden objects, make YouTube shorts around that. Also, Mahjongs don't happen that often. Also, having Great Dynasties and Mahjong in the title might get me more searches. Like, at a certain level, I'm trying to do the very minimalist amount of clickbaiting on YouTube shorts, where if somebody searches something, a phrase, they will be presented a game that matches that phrase, regardless of whether or not they actually were looking for a video game. And ideally, I'd like my YouTube shorts to be what comes up first, even when searching a phrase, because I imagine there, in a lot of cases, will not be much competition. So even if somebody is looking for the second search result, they'll still be able to find it. And it's not really clickbaiting as an idea. It's just search engine optimization is what I'm really talking about, because I am actually making YouTube shorts talking about the games. Maybe some of the titles of games are a little dishonest in their descriptions, but that's about it. Corrupt is a great example. If I make a YouTube short around the word corrupt, are people likely to be looking for a video game called Corrupt, or are they looking for some other use of the word corrupt? But unfortunately, that's just the nature of the internet, is that you are just going to constantly search engine optimize as much as you can, and everybody else is doing it, so it's just crabs in a bucket pulling everyone down. And one would hope that Google searches and search out engines can try and find some relevancy there for the people to actually find what they're looking for. Pirate Jigsaw 2. I guess the question is, though, if I'm going to do Mahjong, should I just be also doing very generic puzzle games as YouTube shorts, or is that just such a low quality game that it's not worth showing off? I think I, if anything, need to kind of draw a line. Let's go back and let's reevaluate this. Let's get rid of the Mahjong game. I already have too many YouTube shorts getting made. I need to curate a little bit. But almost certainly next week I'll be saying the exact opposite. I definitely am conflicted and still trying to fill out what I feel is the appropriate move. Here we have a game called 36 Questions. It's, I guess, designed to make people fall in love, which is probably from some like internet blog post somewhere. Or there was a study where they found like the top 36 questions that would help you determine if somebody is a good potential romantic mate. Like, do you enjoy the taste of alcohol was one of them, because if you say yes, I do enjoy the taste of alcohol, or then you know they both drink. If you say no, then they probably don't drink. And that could be one. More complicated questions like, do you want to have children, would be a decent question certainly to ask. Or what are your religious beliefs, what are your political leanings, things like that sometimes are not asked while dating, and then you end up spending 6 months or years with people and not realizing that you just have fundamental beliefs of how society, how reality exists, and just like core topics that people really do have passionate around just not being discussed, and people not realizing it. What TV you like, as far as what kind of TV shows or movies do you like, is a much smaller question than what is your stance on Roe versus Wade, because if you're going to marry somebody and have a kid, you might want to know that first. And if you set your own personal boundaries when you're dating, so it's fine to just have almost insane, ridiculous red flags where if somebody answers one of those types of questions the wrong way, that you should just say, okay, this isn't going to work out, before you're committing. As for this game, though, 36 questions, it looks like it's basically nothing. And noticeably, even though this guy, this bald man climbing up, is shirtless, we haven't seen any other adult games for a while, so seems like we've hit the end of any adult games that might have been released on Monday or even Tuesday, and we're now to things being released on today, on this Wednesday. Bald man aspect here doesn't feel like anything. It just feels like an asset flip climbing game. So I'm not going to make a YouTube short on that. Next we have UFO unidentified falling objects. Which that looks like that could be something. That's kind of a Tetris game. And then Bokaru is already on my follow list, so I assume I already made a YouTube short on it. You can see it's very positive, though. 2-player puzzle adventure game. Online co-op. So it's nice to see it's very positive, but unfortunately no single player content, so I have to say no to it. Next we have Shadow of Ether, which the E being backwards makes it seem like it's the third game in the series, when it doesn't seem like really it is. And weirdly, this is like the only asset flip horror game we've seen today, other than the adult non-demon game, which I'm not sure I'd even really call that an asset flip game. We have like 4 more games to talk about. 30XX is now available and very positive, so I can put that on the wish list, but I happen to know that my YouTube shorts for this game haven't even come out yet. So we definitely have crossed a point now where YouTube Shorts are so far behind that the game can come out in early access or get a Steam page and a launch release date, and I'm just not getting those shorts out on my channel fast enough. We have a game called Matriarchy Attack, which doesn't look like much of anything. At the look of it, I guess you were probably freeing enslaved other women from this, but the actual gameplay looks terrible. It's not the worst idea ever. Like Conan the Barbarian was a enslaved guy, and so I could see using that inspiration from like that story to have like barbarian running around enslaving other people, but the visuals would have to look way better. The name almost certainly needs to be better. The gameplay would have to be way better, and since we're not seeing any of that, that's got to be a no. Next we have a game called Oblivion Edge, which looks like it is an RPG game that is really crazy looking. I would basically assume that there's not enough polish here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say no for that. And then we have a game here called Killing DreamWorks, which doesn't seem to have anything to do with DreamWorks as far as the movie production company, and instead looks like it is just a asset flip, like zombie horde shooter game, third person perspective shooter. Yep, not really anything there either. And yeah, that's it for the show. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's a link down below in the description box. And yeah, thank you for watching. Have a good evening.